Good morning, distinguished guests, academics. I warmly welcome you to the OURS 2021, the annual research sessions of the Open University of Sri Lanka. Let us offer this important event a traditional beginning by lighting the oil lamp. To light the oil lamp, I invite Vice Chancellor, OUSL, Professor PMC Tilakaratna, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dr. A. Madhurapperuma, Chief Guest, Professor H.D. Karunaratna, Registrar, Mrs. Vindhya Jayasena, Dean Faculty of Education, Professor S. Kugamurthy, Dean Faculty of Engineering Technology, Dr. Prasanna Ratnavira, Dean Faculty of Health Sciences, Dr. Sunil De Silva, Dean Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Dr. Moraes, Dean Faculty of Natural Sciences, Professor J.C.N. Rajendra, Dean Faculty of Management Studies, Professor V. Sivalokadasan, Bursa, Dr. Anura Vikramasinghe, Director Research, Professor S.R. Veerakon, OURS 2021 Committee Member, Dr. Utpala Premaratna, OURS 2021 Participants, Mrs. Deepika Sirivardhana. Let us light the digital oil lamp and offer a symbolic beginning, a traditional beginning to this event. That is our symbolic offering to this research event. The flame of the lamp symbolizes the knowledge, the new ways of thinking that will be opened up as this conference unfolds. We will now move on to the next item, which is paying respects to the national anthem. Kindly stand up and pay respects to the national anthem.
Namo
Let us now participate in a gesture of remembrance. We live amidst difficult times, pandemic times, and the pandemic has claimed lots of lives. Let us observe 1 minute silence for those whose lives were lost during the pandemic, and we will also pay special respects to uh, Professor Chandra Gunawardena, late Professor Chandra Gunawardena, an eminent academic of OUSL and also one of the pioneering academics who was responsible for creating OURS.
With that act of remembrance, we now begin the formal speeches lined up this morning. And I would like to invite the conference chair of OURS 2021, Professor S.R. Veerakon, to deliver the welcome speech.
Good morning to all of you, the Vice Chancellor, Professor P.M.C. Tilakaratne, the Chief Guest, Professor H.D. Karunaratne, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Director PGIE, Deans of Faculties, Registrar, Bursa, Professors, all academic, administrative, and non-academic staff members, paper presenters, ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, the Open University Research Sessions is an important event, annual event of the Open University of Sri Lanka. Ours 2021 is a significant landmark of our uninterrupted tradition of academic sessions since year 2004. Originally, ours 2021 was planned as a face-to-face conference, which was scheduled to be held at the OUSL premises now. However, due to the current health situations in the country and health guidelines provided by the government of Sri Lanka, and especially under the lockdown condition of the country, we have moved the conference to a fully online platform. Migrating the conference to a fully online platform during a global pandemic situation, we ensure that our commitment of open distance learning is upheld. In this year's academic sessions too, there will be presenters from within and outside the OUSL. Therefore, I strongly believe that this forum will provide plenty of opportunities for academics and researchers of OUSL to exchange their research deliberations to build up collaborative research with other universities and research institutes. This year we received 209 abstracts and extended abstracts, and of which 137 abstracts were selected for presentation following a rigorous peer review process. The abstracts received cover a wide range of sub-themes such as open and distance learning education, English language teaching, engineering and technology, health sciences, biological sciences, physical sciences, agriculture, humanities and social sciences, management and law. The research findings in these areas cover a wide variety of contemporary issues, mainly focused on Sri Lanka. In this context, due to severe dearth of innovative research at the national level, it is expected that these type of research initiatives undertaken by the researchers will contribute to induce research and development and thereby foster national development. I would like to warmly welcome the chief guest of today's event, Professor H.D. Karunaratne, who is a senior professor and the chair of business economics at the Department of Business Economics of the Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo. We are indeed happy and honored by your presence. The invited speakers are Professor Nalini Silva from Faculty of Science, University of Colombo, and Professor Mario Lopez Gopa from Universidad Autónoma Benito Juárez de Oaxaca, UABJO, from Mexico. We are very grateful to both of you for taking time off from their busy schedules to deliver keynote addresses. As you all know, organizing an event of this nature needs a collaborative and dedicated effort from many personnel. I would like to gratefully acknowledge all the members of the Senate Subcommittee for Hours 2021. I need to extend a very special appreciation for the excellent team effort and team spirit of our 2021 online working group, for their efficiency and willingness to make Hours 2021, the online conference, a reality amidst many obstacles. On behalf of the Senate Subcommittee for Hours 2021, I thank all the authors who submitted abstracts and extended abstracts to the conference. All the reviewers for their intellectual input, which has helped to shape up and uplift the intellectual quality and rigor of the research presented over the next 2 days. And the language editors, the team conveners, and also the session chairs of Hours 2021. We appreciate the services rendered by the members of the Senate Subcommittee for OUSL Research Award 2020 and the Senate Subcommittee for OUSL Best Online Course Award 2020 in selecting the awardees. I also wish to record our thanks to the Vice Chancellor, Professor PMC Tilakaratne, for his ready support in carrying out our work to make this event a success and for encouraging us and supporting our decision to move the conference to a fully online platform. I wish to thank the former Vice Chancellor, Professor S.A. Aryadore, as well. Finally, let me thank all of you for taking part in Hours 2021 and wish the very best to all the presenters whose research and ideas will be showcased here. Let me wish all of you a productive 2 days of intellectual engagement and discussion. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Professor Veerakon. And now I cordially invite the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka, Professor P.M.C. Tilakaratne, to address this virtual gathering.
Very good morning to every one of you, Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University, Deans of Faculties, Registrar, Conference Co-Chair, Professor Shyama Veerakon, Professor H.D. Karunaratne, Chief Guest to the Open University Research Sessions 2021, Heads of the Departments, Professors, Acting Librarian, Versa, Administrative Staff, and all non-academic staff, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my pleasure to address you all here to this Open University Research Sessions 2021. This research forum offers a unique platform for academics and researchers to present and discuss their research findings in a wide range of disciplines. I commend the efforts of Director Research and her team in organizing Open University Research Sessions in 2021 in full virtual platform by considering the pandemic situation prevailing all over the world. The growth of an economy has a close linkage with knowledge generated in its universities. The technical professionals, scientists, and researchers trained in these knowledge centers contribute to the nation's competency level and competitiveness. Their scientific efforts induce greater systemic efficiency through innovation, introduce newer and better products and services, and incentivize follow-up research. When universities function as pioneers in scholastic and research fields, they not only help to maintain their own leadership position, but also that of their economies. The road to becoming a world-class higher educational institution is through the trinity of talent, resources, and management. The Open University of Sri Lanka must become magnets for talent, not only internal, but also from outside. With adequate thirst on internationalization of our university, we can develop brain networks, not the brain drain. Therefore, the distance learning programs, particularly MOOCs, can enhance virtual mobility. Cross-country collaborations can result in a vortex of ideas and outcomes. As academic leaders and researchers, we must come up with innovative ways through research to take the ambition of our country in higher education forward. Hence, I look forward to some constructive suggestions and imaginative outcomes from this forum. I wish you purposeful thinking and progressive deliberations over today and tomorrow, and I wish all success for the Open University Research Sessions 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Today, our distinguished chief guest is Professor H.D. Karunaratne, Senior Professor and Chair Professor of Business Economics from the Department of Business Economics at the Faculty of Management and Finance at the University of Colombo. And to introduce Professor Karunaratne, I would like to call upon Professor Nalin Abesekara from the Faculty of Management Studies at the Open University of Sri Lanka. Over to you, Professor Abesekara.
On behalf of the organizing team, OURS 2021, I welcome our chief guest, Senior Professor H.D. Karunaratne. Professor H.D. Karunaratne is the Chair Professor of Business Economics in the Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo. At the moment, he is serving as a Director, Institute of Human Resource Advancement, University of Colombo, IHR, and Chairman of the Governing Council of the Institute of Policy Studies. He is the Vice President of Sri Lanka Economic Association and President of Japanese Graduates Alumni Association of Sri Lanka. Senior Professor Karunaratne earned his PhD in Economics from the Graduate School of International Development of Nagoya University, Japan in 2000, and he also held MA in Economics, Policy from Nagoya City University, Japan, and MA in Economics from the Department of Economics from the University of Colombo, and BA with specialization in Economics with first class honors with the University of Sri Jawadanapura, Sri Lanka. His academic research mainly focused on entrepreneurship, international business, international migration, labor market, income equality, and international trade. He has published his articles in many journals, including the Developing Economics, Journal for International Business and Entrepreneurship Development, Journal of International Economic Studies, Journal of Economics and Development Studies, Regional Development Studies, the Jose Economic Review, Forum of International Development Studies, the Economic Science, Sri Lanka Journal of Social Sciences, Sri Lanka Economic Journal, and many more international and local contribution. And also Senior Professor Kannaratna published 8 books and 8 chapters in edited collections and presented papers at more than 65 international and local academic conferences. On international front, he is a recipient of Japanese government postgraduate research Monbusho scholarship for 7 years. He also engaged in conducting economic research at the Institute of Economic Research of the Hitobashi University, Tokyo, Japan, and he was an invited professor in the Faculty of Economics of Usei University, Tokyo. The Japanese Foundation in Tokyo awarded him a senior research fellowship to conduct research at the Institute of Advanced Studies in Asia, the University of Tokyo, in year 2016 to 2017. In recognition of overall academic and socio-cultural exposure to Japan, he was appointed as the director of the University of Tokyo Sri Lanka office by the University of Tokyo in October 2019. And more importantly, he was awarded the Foreign Minister's Commendation by the government of Japan in August 2021. And also Professor Kannaratna held multiple administrative positions at the University of Colombo as the Dean of the Faculty of Management and Finance, Acting Vice Chancellor, Acting Dean of the Faculty of Graduate Studies, Chairman of Sports Board, and many other portfolios. So I would like to call upon Senior Professor H.T. Kannaratna to enlighten the audience. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to all. Thank you very much for inviting me to grace your valuable research sessions. Professor Tilakaratna, Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka, Professor S.R. Veerasekara, Conference Chair of Annual Sessions 2021, Professor Nalin Abesekara, Deans of the Faculties, Chair Professors, Senior Professors, Heads of the Departments, distinguished academics, non-academic staff, and assistants for this conference. I take this opportunity as great privilege, and I believe I can do a certain contribution by addressing you today. We Sri Lankans are in very difficult situation today. Let me to share my PowerPoint slides and discuss with you more details about the Sri Lankan situation. When the OUSL officers asked me to come as a chief guest and propose a topic, I proposed this topic, nexus between the COVID-19 pandemic and economic crisis, a human resource development perspective. We as academics should be in the current world, what is happening in the world, and how can we think for the future. That is very important thing when we are selecting a topic. So in that line, we know Sri Lanka at the moment, we are facing twin crises at once. It has never been in the history. Unprecedented time we are spending now. So we know on one hand, we have health crisis. On the other hand, we have economic crisis. These two crises make us how we try to overcome and how we survive during this period. So therefore, we all are engaging in human resource development. How we can go with these two crises by understanding two crises very well and by understanding what is happening at present in Sri Lankan economy. So being an economist, I would always favor for economic crisis rather than health crisis, but I would come to a certain level of health crisis as well. I would like to share my thoughts on these lines. I think there are non-economic intellectuals listening to this speech. So therefore, I would like to go for some conceptual definitions which we use for twin crises here: economic and social progress of Sri Lanka and COVID-19 health crisis in the world. And of course, characteristics of economic and we will understand root causes and outcomes of the economic crisis in Sri Lanka. So what are the implications for HRD and HRM at the verge of twin crises, challenges and opportunities? During next 45 minutes, I would discuss these issues in my address. Let me to go for a quick explanation on the conceptual definitions. One and important two concepts I want to introduce you. One is economic recession. The other one is economic crisis. We need to understand difference between these two. The economic recession means when the production of any society declining for more than 2 quarters of the year, we call economic recession. But economic crisis is a different one. Crisis include many economic variables. You can see decline in real per capita income, increasing price level, increasing unemployment level. Ultimately, it increases the poverty level of the society. Poverty is the most difficult factor we have to address. As we have listened to the news, there are more than 150 million people in the world adding to the poverty due to this COVID-19 health crisis. So therefore, Sri Lanka also not an exceptional situation. Due to these twin crises, the poverty will in Sri Lanka. We need to understand and we need to cater that. And we need to see that how we are trying to overcome the reducing poverty. We are trying to overcome the poverty situation with the human resource development. So economic crisis ultimately affect our living standards. We all are now started to reduce our consumption. We all have started to reduce our traveling. And there are many things because our living standards are now challenging due to this economic crisis. On the other hand, health crisis. What is health crisis? In terms of health indices, you can see number of patients are rising and availability of medicine, equipments, tools, hospitals are changing today. And human and physical resources are not sufficient. We have to allocate more resources for health sector. And finally, the death rate has gone. So these are the characteristics of a health crisis at the very beginning. Anyway, but in economics, when we try to compare across the nations, there is one important measure. I'm sorry. I'm extremely sorry for the inconvenience happened. I hope that you can see my PowerPoint slides. Shall I continue?
Yes, go ahead. Now it is okay.
Okay, extremely sorry for the connection issues. Right, now we will come to Sri Lankan economy. What is Sri Lankan economy? Those who are not economists, just to say that our production is about 80 million US dollars and 80 billion US dollars. We have 22 million, close to 22 million population. And our per capita income, when we divide the total production by the number of people, we have 3,682. So we are below the 4,000. Therefore, we again classified as lower middle income country. We were upper middle income country for 2 years before. And again, because our per capita income came down below the 4,000, now we are called lower middle income country category in the world. And on the other hand, if I try to explain our production structure, here we can see our total production in the economy, 64.4 is coming from the services sector, only 7.7 is coming from the industrial sector, and 27.9 coming from the services sector, the industrial sector. So therefore, we call this economy as a services economy. In our childhood, we have been writing Sri Lanka has been an agricultural economy, fundamentally agricultural economy. Now, we cannot say that by considering the production structure and the employment structure, the Sri Lanka is a services economy. Services economy, which represents the 64.4% of our total production. So therefore, we need to understand that Sri Lanka is a services economy mainly. And how was our progress? I think there are various negative pictures when we are talking about the Sri Lankan progress. I defined you one index, that is GNI under per capita purchasing power parity, per capita income under the purchasing power parity. According to that, if we measure the Sri Lanka's position, we can understand how has been our progress during last 30 years. Say, for example, to classify these countries, what we do, we consider our per capita income as a percentage of US per capita income. We know United States of America is the world's largest economy. So therefore, according to US economy, if you consider the US per capita income as 100, then in 1990, we were at, you can see, 9.7% of US persons per capita income, 9.7 of US persons per capita income percentage. Then, of course, from 1990 to 2020, Sri Lanka has grown to 19.5, let's say round figure, the 20%. Now we are 20% of United States of America per capita income. Now you can see who are our competitors. The Myanmar came from 1.8 to 7. And of course, you can see India came from 5 to 9.7. And China went up from 4.2% to 26% of US per capita income. And Thailand, 26.8. You can see Kazakhstan and Malaysia, 41% of the US per capita income. So when you compare that, Sri Lanka is not bad in this scenario. We should not think only in negative sense, the country and the economy. So there are the countries who were behind during last 30 years. I'm not talking about 1950 to today, but I'm talking today from 1990 to today. So overall, the Sri Lanka is a country which can be as the average developing country and above the average developing country. So we are not so bad during this period in terms of production per capita income. So there are various measures we can show how the Sri Lanka is better than other South Asian countries and some other developing countries. But I'm not going to do that. There are many other objectives of my presentation. Then let me to go for the social development sector. If you compare the social development sector, this is well-known figure for many people. We know we are in the top of South Asia, and of course our life expectancy is 77, you can see even schooling is almost 99. So we can easily compare our social development, but we may not be able to compare the social development of Japan, for example, or China. So their economic progress and the same as us. With the economic progress, Japan has developed a social development sector more than us. For example, I will let you know, you might know this. In Japan, there are 70,000 people who are above the 100 years. So you can compare their life expectancy, how it is in that case. There are 70,000 most elderly economy in the world. But anyway, in terms of social development, such countries far better than us, but we are in comparison to South Asia. Given this scenario of Sri Lankan economy, let us move into the COVID-19 pandemic globally and Sri Lanka. The global COVID-19 pandemic waves are on the top. My data is up to the August 7. And of course, the Sri Lankan is below. So there has been 3 waves in the globally. Sri Lanka also, you can see there were 3 waves. Actually, first is wave in the first wave, but the second wave and third wave, we are a little bit suffering. So therefore, the issue that when we can understand, this is the definition of first wave, second wave, third wave is given here. So what we need to understand that this is a global issue. We have minimized the issue. And still, of course, we need to eliminate that. There is a small concern nowadays. We know that the comparison of Sri Lanka and global in terms of 2 indices. One is, you can see death rate. We are, of course, a little bit above the global average. That has been in last 2 weeks, but it's also coming down now. Because when we find 3,000 patients per day, at least 5% death rate is normal, like what happened in United States of America. But here it is, you can see the global average of death rate is 2.07, but the Sri Lankan average is slightly higher than the global average. On the other hand, recovery rate also, we can see the global recovery rate is 89, the Sri Lanka's recovery rate is 84. These are the 2 indices we worried during last 2 weeks, but I hope that the hope what we are having tomorrow or day after tomorrow, these 2 figures also will change. The death rate has been increasing, that we know. Up to now, there are about, yesterday if we compare, about 11,500 deaths were recorded. But when compared to other countries, the Sri Lanka situation getting control. Because of this, what is the most essential thing? Now, for this kind of global crisis, what we need to understand the importance of multiple actions. I think our media and policymakers, time to time, they are going in wrong direction, believing only one solution for this COVID-19. Sometimes we go in one direction, the other direction. Now, what we need is multiple approach to reduce the COVID-19 death rate. Now, one of the important things Sri Lanka has been successfully conducting is the main thing is that the vaccination. The Sri Lanka has increased the vaccinations. Once the Sri Lanka, we can see in this graph, Sri Lanka started vaccination after many advanced countries. But our growth in this vaccination, you can see how Sri Lanka has been increasing the vaccination. Now it has been going rapid speed, and our vaccination can be compared with many countries in the world today. So therefore, at least I think by 2021, September 14, you can see over 50, almost 50% Sri Lankans have vaccinated. That is the hope for Sri Lanka. And of course, we believe that we can climb this figure as much as possible. So one fundamental thing addressing the COVID-19, that vaccination is scientific solution. That is only one. But this is not the only solution. This is the first solution. But we know that there has been lobbying and government effort to control the COVID-19 crisis by lockdown or the imposing the travel restrictions. Now, we should remember, this is very important issue. We can't lock down the economy, but we need to follow the health guidelines even though we have vaccinated. So therefore, that is one important message we have to give, that we need to stimulate people to think about the COVID-19 continuously. Now you can see how the Sri Lanka's position in vaccination by 7th of September. So we are very good comparable level with the world. So that is again, as I told in Sri Lanka, vaccination also going best way in the Sri Lankan context. Having understood the global COVID crisis, let me to move into economic crisis. We know Sri Lanka had economic crisis. Still, we are having an economic crisis. There are many root causes of it. Before I move into root causes, let me to go for the current situation, the last year situation, how the economic crisis in Sri Lanka. There, of course, we can see the last year % growth in the second quarter of the GDP. So that is the most highest negative figure in our production due to the complete lockdown in Sri Lanka. So that is the lesson Sri Lankans have learned. So that if we go for complete, lockdown, definitely the services sector, you can see immediately the effect is here. So therefore, we need to understand the situation, what happened in the lockdown period. But anyway, after lockdown, the first part of this year, the economic growth has come to a positive level and will increase. So that is the hope again with respect to the economy. What are the characteristics of an economic crisis? I defined at the very beginning. If we compare those things in Sri Lankan context, the characteristics of a Sri Lankan economic crisis, we can explain in terms of the reduction in GDP, minus 16.4. And the last year, of course, our total GDP declined by more than 3%. And as a result, what had happened, the per capita income level went down. So as I discussed earlier, 2017, 2018, the Sri Lanka was nominated to uplift for the upper middle income country because we exceeded the 4,000 level of per capita income under the PP, under the US dollar. And it has come down now. So as a result, we moved into the lower middle income country category due to this COVID impact. So that is one of the adverse impact we had. So not only that, apart from the COVID-19 influences in economy, we can see straightforward rising unemployment level. And the main problem what we are facing is today is the price level is going up. So that is high inflation. So what is the prediction for inflation in Sri Lanka? You can see this is the central bank prediction for inflation in Sri Lanka for coming 2 years. So therefore, if we move into again back to the over 10%. Now we know in 1978 we produced the trade liberalization policies. After that, what happened? The severe problem Sri Lanka faced was the higher inflation. Our inflation from 1978 to until 2000, if you compare, around 20 years, more than 10%. So double-digit inflation, we were telling. Now we are again, whether we are moving to double-digit inflation or not is a big problem we need to address. So because if we move into double-digit inflation again, like the 1993, 97, 1989, what we had, the economy is going into a serious crisis. So therefore, this inflation is one of the things we need to address, and the regulatory bodies should concern about that. And as we know that this time inflation has a special character. What is the character? It is coming through the food prices as well. So the larger component in August, the inflation is food prices. The food prices increasing is why? Why? This is one of the important finding where the Institute of Policy Studies have found that pre-lockdown and post-lockdown period, how was our vegetable prices? So you can see when the country has lockdown, what will happen to fully lockdown, what will happen to vegetable prices? Because of the distributional issues, because of the storage issues, transport issues, the prices are rising. It's not only production, but also the prices have been rising. So that is one of the lessons we should remember. Total lockdown is not possible for a country like Sri Lanka. When we lock down, what will happen? The economic crisis will severe, and not only that, the people's suicide rate has gone up and the income level has come down, the economy adversely affecting when we lock down. So and on the other hand, in terms of the COVID-19 experience, we know when we fully lock down, what we are doing that we postpone the death rate. That's all. After we open up, again the death rate has gone up. So therefore, not only close down is a solution. As I proposed at the very beginning, what is needed is multiple activities. Multiple activities are needed. So it is very, very important issue what we need to do, so that the inflationary pressure is we can address in various ways. I'm not going to explain about that. When we analyze the Sri Lankan economy using economic models, because researchers are always willing to use models. So in economics, we have the most appropriate model for Sri Lankan economy to explain is called the two-gap model, where at the same time, we are having two gaps in the economy. What are these two gaps? The one is called the foreign trade gap, the foreign earnings and payment gap. The exports, imports are the largest, but there are, of course, any foreign income source we can define as exports, and any foreign expenditure source we can call as imports. So the gap between imports and export is a serious problem for Sri Lanka. Over the long run, you can see that has been going into deeper and deeper negative figure that we were having, of course, the trade balance. We have been facing this trade balance issue, the external shock for the Sri Lankan economy for a longer time period. What is the outcome of this deteriorating trade balance over the long run for Sri Lankan economy is we are now actually evidence with the debt crisis ahead of us, because the government debt, particularly every year, our exports were below the imports. As a result, every year, last 20 years, 30 years, if you see that gradually increasing amount of loans we have taken to settle down our trade deficit. That every year about 2 billion to 3 billion, we took loans to settle down. But as a result, accumulated debt crisis is today the one of the main reasons behind our exports could not match the imports. Imports, we allow anything to import in this country without controlling, as you all know, that importing kites, importing national flag, importing a lot of items, we went into a crisis in Sri Lankan context. Because Sri Lankan imports substitution and export promotion as substitutable policies. But in globally, they use import substitution and export promotion as complementary policies. For example, in Japan, they export vehicles, they promote vehicle export, but they totally ban the rice importation to the country. Some domestic productions totally ban importation to the country. So the even rich countries, what do they do there? Their imports heavily controlled during their developing period, but export promotion is there. So the complementary policies we need to think about rather than aggregate level talk about the import control is bad or export promotion is good. Export promotion you can't do without import, but of course the import liberalization also for a long period is not an easy task for a developing country. So the outcome we can see here. I'm not going to explain more on that crisis. Then we are moving into the second crisis, which is the budget deficit in Sri Lanka. The second gap in the Sri Lankan economy is the budget gap. These two figures, you can see the right side scale is negative. So which means that our budget gap has been widening or negative for a longer period. Now it has come to over 11%, over 11% of our GDP. So what we can understand in this scenario that the Sri Lanka has a two gap to settle. So that is the most difficult thing to go ahead. Then of course, as a result, we know in recent past, the Central Bank of Sri Lanka introduced money supply increase and many packages to overcome the crisis. So one of the important things you can see out of that, and even before that, of course, before introducing that new package, you can see there has been increasing non-performing loans of banking sector. This is also a serious issue because we need to increase the financial literacy of Sri Lankans rather than taking loans and spending that for the consumption. Then at the international finance front, we have been facing devaluating rupee more and more. And of course, every month we had the exchange rate devaluation and the worker remittances has been coming down. So what are the root causes of this Sri Lankan economic crisis? There are 7 root causes I have identified the current crisis of Sri Lanka. Number 1 is long-term structural issues we had in the Sri Lankan economy. Number 2 is 30 years war, the civil war. We had to use a lot of resources, including physical and human resources. Number 3 is problems in policy formulation and implementation, not based on scientific decision-making and formulating and implementation. And as we all are aware, the Easter attack hit our tourism, the emerging industry of Sri Lanka. The Easter attack, and then now the COVID-19 health crisis. Because of the global COVID-19 crisis, our major exports have come down, particularly labor. The Sri Lanka's largest export is the labor. We get about $7 billion US, which is the highest foreign currency earning sector, which has severely affected by the global health crisis, because we know that last 20 years, if you have been clearly watching, at least 15,000 Sri Lankan youth have gone to other countries to start working in other countries. 15,000 every month left for working. So that last 2 years, starting from 2019 to now, we could not send that number. So as a result, what is happening? The local unemployment rate is increasing. And of course, the foreign currency earning in future definitely coming down because our population is not earning much. And finally, we know a global economic crisis is there. So as a result, demand for certain exports of Sri Lanka has come down, and there are a lot of issues related to that. So therefore, these 7 reasons I have identified as the main reasons for the current economic crisis of Sri Lanka. I have explained those reasons with statistical things. I'm not going to elaborate all. I'm reaching my time period. So therefore, we can see the highest earning of Sri Lankans has been before the crisis, before the COVID-19 crisis, has been the remittances, the people who have gone abroad and sending money, which has been the supporting pillar of the Sri Lankan imports and many other areas. So, so now we have faced a huge challenge on this, as well as the tourism. Then the export structure, there has been many issues. I'm not going to address because of the time. Import structure, again, there has been a serious issue, particularly import. We have been concentrated into the importing raw materials and particularly intermediate goods. Now, for example, yesterday I just checked about the composition of electricity generated in Sri Lanka. 52% based on imported coal and diesel and gas. So only 36% of electricity yesterday we used produced in locally, 46%. 46.7% of electricity through the hydropower and the wind power. So majority of electricity, what we are using now, the large part of the electricity, what we are using now, based on imported raw materials. And I think I don't want to explain about the vehicles and other sectors. We are being highly depending on day by day, not only the luxury consumption goods, but also intermediate goods and essential goods, and finally the investment good. All we were importing and consuming country. So as a result, now we are in a serious problem in the economy. So that we can see the remittances, how the migrants have come down last year, and the remittances also you can see here. Now, other industries, if you see the FDI has been declining, and of course, tourism industry. In terms of industries, we know the largest industry in Sri Lanka is the labor export, which earns $7 billion US. The second largest economy industry is the garment sector, which brings about $5.5 billion US. The third largest industry has been the tourism sector, which is almost nil now. You can understand how the tourism sector earnings last 2 years. And of course, the fourth is, tea, rubber, coconut exports, and agricultural exports and other. But apart from that, one important industry is the ICT and BPO industry, which account about 1 billion industry and has been growing, and there are potentials for that. I'm not explaining some of these statistics to understand. So what I will do, I will send these PowerPoints to everyone. So what is needed is that as we all are in human resource development field, we need to understand how this crisis, these two twin crises influence on services sector, which is the largest sector, which is, we know, of course, 64% of our total production. More than 45% of our employment represents the services sector. Education also a service in this country. When there is the health crisis, COVID-19 health crisis, what had happened in globally, the supply disruptions happen. The supply, direct supply disruptions and supply chain disruptions, as well as the demand and supply macroeconomic level influence to the service sector expansion. So as a result, we are suffering because we have been relying on service sector more and more today due to various actions we are taking against the COVID-19. Our service sector is shrinking due to this. Of course, you can see the consumers, because of a crisis situation, they are demanding more and more goods rather than the normal situation. If one consumer usually consumes goods and services, and in a crisis situation, how he consumes is different. Maybe one family bring things for 3 days or 4 days, a normal situation, but they like to keep the stock for 1 week or 2 weeks because of the crisis. So as a result, what had happened in Sri Lanka, the last year total imports amount we have imported by now. So as a result, what had happened, the Sri Lankan economy is in now dollar crisis because unexpected growth in the imports and the unexpected influence on the export sector. So all the services sectors, subsectors have gone down. And of course, we know the vehicle registration and all these have gone down. So what are the major issues with respect to human development in case of human development? During the pandemic, I think last 2 years, we have closed down all our technical education, technical colleges, vocational colleges, and skill development programs. So maybe after 5 years later, will be very difficult to find a plumber, welder, and of course, any construction field worker from Sri Lanka because of our training, in particularly vocational training, has gone down. Of course, we all universities are working very well. We go through the Zoom platform, but vocational institutes can't go through the this platform. And supply chain breakdowns in the particularly technological goods and services, which are strengthened the education, will be an issue, particularly mobile phones, computers, the supply chains and prices are highly affecting. Working capital issues for human resource development, particularly universities, capital expenditure might have cut down because the more priority should be given to vaccination and the food prices of the people. And marketing issues in international job markets, because as I explained, the skill part, we will not be able to have. And data is the basic issue. Under these circumstances, we have to do research with alternative data sets. So one important thing in this research conference, we need to concern about, due to this crisis, how can we collect the data? What methodologies we can adopt? Because world is not in normal situation. We are in a special situation. Many crises we are facing. So as a result, the researchers are facing that earlier methodologies are not effective. Data collection methods are not effective. So we are in a crisis in that situation. So how to increase literacy is one of the important concepts we have been taking in Sri Lankan education. There are basically 6 components in literacy: the language literacy, ICT literacy, financial literacy, technological and technical literacy, networking and value addition, and finally, entrepreneurial skills. So our education should go with this. We just realized that our education needs those things. Then the COVID came. As a result, the effort started by some universities, establishing entrepreneurship programs, establishing financial literacy programs. Now, in a question to whom we can give, because public is not so much interested to go back to universities again. So therefore, the important thing we need to understand literacy within the education is one important thing. So finally, I think I am exceeding the time. Let me take another 2 minutes. So the most important thing, we need to understand opportunities and challenges for human resource development. The opportunities that we know, growth in the challenges, if we take first, the growth in supply shortages. As I emphasized that our vocational training sector, there is a problem that we may not be able to supply number of welders asking by Japan, number of skilled workers asking in Middle East. We may not be able to supply. So that is one of the important things, because skilled labor, the converting raw labor into skilled labor has been the most productive thing during last 20 years in our migration, within the migration figures. And we can see decreasing demand for skilled workers in global labor market also, and the increasing wages for selected jobs. That is one important thing, particularly even real wages are going up in some shortage sectors. How to produce globally employable graduates, as I told you earlier, that as we discussed that the literacy components, how do we incorporate, because now we are not teaching in physically, we are going in virtually. How do we increase the virtually these literacy component of the education, and covering the informal, converting the informal sector employees into formal sector. Some of the challenges and opportunities as we discussed. Now, in case of Sri Lanka, always I argue that there is a shortage of data. One of the root cause of our economic crisis also, that policy formulation and implementation in Sri Lanka is not based on the evidences, data, research, and the influence of the research is very low. So therefore, data processing activities, particularly the grassroots level data, is not available in Sri Lanka. So therefore, how to formulate grassroots level data is one of the important issues. And growth in the opportunities, we can create grassroots level data. So that's an opportunity where we can create the data processing and data creating areas. And growth in the global e-commerce. Due to this pandemic, globally and locally, there are two important things. One is the everybody getting used to online orders or online activities. So as a result, what had happened, the SMEs, even a micro business, small business, can go into globally. It's not only the larger firms dominating today's online businesses. So therefore, our micro businesses, our SMEs can go globally as a good opportunity in this crisis. Then literacy shortage in the labor market can of course consider as an opportunity also, and education sector should concern about literacy and develop various programs and activities. Skilled labor shortage in other countries. So as a result, I listened to today's news that Japan has agreed to get 1,000 agricultural laborers from Sri Lanka, agricultural skilled workers from Sri Lanka. So like that, very recently, Japanese Prime Minister announced that they are going to open up their labor market. For that, they need 450,000 skilled workers to Japan. So can we cater that market? The basic issue is the language. So this is one of the things we are addressing these days in the University of Colombo also. We started Japanese language courses. I mean, even Open University can start more multi-language courses for developed countries oriented labor market, because I don't believe that conventional migration like the brain-brain. The brain-brain concept is very old. Now what we need is any Sri Lankan, if he is in abroad, sending money to Sri Lanka or giving opportunities, employment opportunities to Sri Lanka, they are using brain very well. rather than unemployed and going against the social system in Sri Lanka. So therefore, what we need to produce people to the global market and working globally and support for Sri Lankan economy. So that skill labor shortage in other countries we can address. And of course, it's a good opportunity and how to use the central bank package, particularly for HRM and HRD institutions. There are a lot of things we can discuss. I think the time is the most barrier today in our conference. I hope that this two-day conference will bring these important issues, important research to more contribution to policy making and implementation in Sri Lanka. I wish all the best for research paper submission and those authors, and particularly the Open University of Sri Lanka. They have opened up for the academic forum like this. This is very important at this juncture. Without stopping any activity, we are conducting through the online. I think I have taken a little bit time because of the connectivity issue. I hope that I have provided you a guideline for the Sri Lankan economy crisis and the health crisis, how we think during this crisis, and even during the crisis, how do we believe is very, very important. The one thing we need to understand, there are multiple answers because economics teach us there are alternatives for anything. There are alternatives for anything. So therefore, taking one answer, criticizing, or taking one answer, believing, hope is not an easy task in today's world. Thank you very much for inviting me as the chief guest for your very fruitful research conference.
Thank you very much, our chief guest, Professor H.D. Karunaratne. We now move on to a very important event of OURS 2021, the presentation of awards for the best researchers and the best online course. This is a traditional event at the OURS where we acknowledge and appreciate the efforts of the researchers of OUSL as well as those who added innovation to online learning. Watch this video and acknowledge and appreciate our OUSL academics.
OUSL Awards 2020. OUSL Best Online Course Award 2020. Mr. A. Schubert from the Department of Language Studies. OUSL Research Awards 2020. Professor K.S.D. Pereira from the Department of Chemistry. Professor C.S. De Silva from the Department of Agricultural and Plantation Engineering. Professor S.R. Veerakon from the Department of Botany. Professor G.R.R. Ranavaka from the Department of Zoology. Professor S.P. Karunanayaka from the Department of Secondary and Tertiary Education. Professor G.K.R. Senadir from the Department of Physics. Professor B.C.L. Atapattu from the Department of Civil Engineering. Professor B.J. Jayatilakar from the Center for Educational Technology and Media. Professor R. Sendil Nidhi from the Department of Chemistry. Dr. LKRR Jayakodi from the Department of Botany, Dr. NN Punchiheva from the Department of Zoology, Dr. FM Nawaz Deen from the Department of Secondary and Tertiary Education, Mrs. TMDN Medagadara from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Dr. KOLC Karunanayaka from the Department of Botany, Dr. R.S. Ranasinghe from the Department of Civil Engineering, Dr. U.S. Premaratne from the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Dr. I.U. Attanayaka from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Dr. A.K.L.A. Vijayanayaka from the Department of Chemistry, Dr. U.A. Jayawardena from the Department of Zoology, Dr. T.S.P. Fernando from the Department of Zoology, Dr. D.D.G.L. Dahanayak from the Department of Zoology, Mr. L. Medavatthagedara from the Department of Language Studies, and Dr. M.G.Y.L. Mahagamage from the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development. Our heartiest congratulations to all the award winners.
Once again, our warmest congratulations for all the award winners. With that video and that gesture of acknowledgement and appreciation, we now move on to the vote of thanks. Dr. Lahiru Vijayanayaka, I invite you to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lal Medavatthagedara. A very good morning to all of you. Continuing the uninterrupted tradition of the Open University of Sri Lanka, we are happy to say that the Open University research sessions, or hours as many may call it, has yet again unveiled, although the social situation has limited the event to a virtual platform. However, we look forward to providing you a unique experience that will blend modern-day technology and cutting-edge research in academia to enlighten the minds of our esteemed participants. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee of OURS 2021, it is my pleasure to propose the vote of thanks for OURS 2021 as we initiate the main proceedings of this virtual conference. First and foremost, we wish to express our sincere gratitude to the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka, Professor P.M.C. Tilakaratne, for the momentous support, encouragement, and guidance provided to us in making this event a reality. We wish to thank Professor H.T. Karunaratne, Senior Professor and Chair of Business Economics, Faculty of Management and Finance of the University of Colombo, for gracing this occasion as our chief guest this morning. As an eminent scholar within Sri Lankan academia, it was certainly a great honor to have your presence here, and indeed, your words of wisdom have given us valuable insights in terms of education today as well as beyond. We wish to also thank Professor Nalin D. Silva from the University of Colombo and Professor Mario Lopez Gopa from the Benito Juarez Autonomous University of Oaxaca, Mexico, for accepting our invitation to serve as keynote speakers at the conference. Although the conference had been limited to a virtual platform, we are certainly honored to have your virtual presence here with us to share your valuable insights. Further, we wish to acknowledge the contributions made by the authors who will be presenting their work at the conference and the reviewers and language editors who had helped in reviewing and editing the abstracts to its current status. A special thank also goes to the team conveners of Hours 2021 for the coordinating of the above activities, in addition to the assistance provided from the inception of the organizing activities. Our sincere appreciation goes to the members of the Senate Subcommittee for evaluating the OUSL Research Awards and the OUSL Best Online Course Award. Indeed, the recognition that these awardees have received today will provide the much needed impetus in continuing their commendable efforts toward the Open University. Conducting an event of this nature via a virtual platform is certainly not an easy task, if not for the contributions made by many. Hence, we wish to acknowledge the contributions made by all those who have volunteered to serve as session chairs, session co-chairs, session hosts, and technical assistants during the 2 days of the conference. A very special mention needs to be made of Professor Harshana Ramukwella, Director of the Postgraduate Institute of English of the Open University of Sri Lanka, for enabling us with the Zoom facilities much required for the event. A special thank also goes to Professor Gayatri Jayatilaka and the staff of the Center for Educational Technology and Media of the Open University of Sri Lanka for a job well done in designing the invitation, certificates, cover page of the conference proceedings, and the banners for the event. The assistance provided by Mr. Samit Daradavatta at the Center for Education, Technology and Media, and Mr. JPP Taranga of the Department of Computer Science for maintaining and updating the Hours 2021 website, as well as the secretarial assistance provided by Ms. Jita Nipunika and Ms. Wajini Suboda in organizing this event is greatly appreciated. The assistance given by Ms. Vindhya Angamana, Assistant Director of the CRC or USL, and the staff at the CRC in coordinating the on-site conference preparation, and the assistance provided by Ms. Vindhya Jayasena, Registrar of the Open University of Sri Lanka, and the staff at the Vice Chancellor's Office in coordinating the travel arrangements for the on-site technical support staff is greatly appreciated. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the members of the organizing committee of Hours 2021, especially Professor Shyama Veerakorn, Director Research of OUSL, for the guidance provided throughout. It is not an exaggeration to say that what we witness today is the hard work of the dedicated and dynamic team of individuals who volunteered to make this event a success. Hence, although time would not permit me to mention the names of each and every individual who had been immensely helpful in this journey, I'm greatly honored to have been a part of this team which made all this possible. Last but not the least, a very special appreciation goes to the excellent team efforts of the Hours 2021 online working group for their commendable efforts and their untiring willingness to make Hours 2021 a reality. The commitments of Professor Shyama Veerakorn, Dr. Utpala Premaratne, Professor Gayatri Jayatilaka, Dr. Saminda Fernando, Dr. Dushanta Alvis, Mr. Lal Madhavat Tegedara, Ms. Mayanthi Jayakodi, Dr. Nayana Nilakara Vasam, Dr. Malinda Pujimudiyanse, Ms. Vindhya Angamana, Mr. Ugita Jayamanna, Mr. JPP Taranga, Mr. Kanishka Tennakon, Mr. Charit Sirivardhana, Mr. Krishanta Lakuge, and Mr. Chamira Chandraratna is greatly appreciated. Collectively, your efforts have made this event possible, and we owe each and every one of you our heartfelt gratitude for the commendable assistance provided in organizing this event. As we start the conference in a virtual platform, we look forward to seeing all of you at the research sessions that will follow. Although our interactions may be limited to be virtual, we sincerely hope that over the 2 days of the conference, many insights will be shared and many productive collaborations will be established with the knowledge that will be presented. Let us all look forward for a very productive conference. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vijay Nayaka. With Dr. Vijay Nayaka's warm speech that concludes the ceremony, I would wish to bring OURS 2021 inauguration ceremony to an end. We will now move over to the keynote sessions, and Ms. Mayanthi will take over from here.
The first keynote speech of OURS 2021 will be delivered by Professor Nalin De Silva, Senior Professor and Chair of Chemistry from the Department of Chemistry at the University of Colombo. To introduce Professor Nalin De Silva, I would like to call upon Professor Ruvini Hettiarachchi from the Faculty of Natural Sciences at the Open University. Professor Hettiarachchi, over to you.
Good morning to you all. The Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka, Professor Tilakaratne, Deputy Vice Chancellor, all Deans of Faculties, Director PGIE, Director Research and Chair of OURS 2021, and my dear colleagues. Today, I'm honored to have the privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Nalin De Silva, as closest colleague, much more than that, one of the role models in the field of chemistry. KM Nalin De Silva is a senior professor of chemistry at the University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. He obtained his BSc Chemistry First Class from the University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, and PhD from the University of Cambridge, UK. He has gained postdoctoral experience from the University of Cambridge and Louisiana State University, USA. He worked as the science team leader in the Sri Lanka Institute of Nanotechnology, SLINTech, from 2012 to 2019. Upon completion of the assignment at the SLINTech, he returned to the university position in 2017. He has published 100 science citation index papers and 4 US patents. His H index is 25. He won the Presidential Research Award for 10 consecutive years and a National Research Award presented by National Science Foundation, NSF. He was also named as Young Scientist of the Year in 2004 by the World Academy of Science and NSF. He was also a member of the National Technology Committee and chairman of the National Nanotechnology Policy of Sri Lanka. He also served as the chairman of the National Basic Sciences Research Committee and National Committee for Technology at the NSF. His main research focus areas are advanced materials for healthcare, water purification, textiles and apparel, natural resources, and nanotechnology. His research team has brought approximately 70 million rupees external funding to the university and established a state-of-the-art material lab, Center for Advanced Materials and Devices, in 2018. Recently, he was appointed as the chair of chemistry and also as the head of Department of Chemistry, University of Colombo. With this introduction, I would like to cordially invite Senior Professor Nalin De Silva to deliver your keynote speech. Over to you, Nalin.
Can you hear me, Ruvini, now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute my microphone. Can you hear me now clearly? I will share. Can you see my screen also? Ruvini?
Yes, Nalin.
Okay,
Can
yeah.
hear.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rovini, for your kind introduction and also inviting me to this occasion, Open University Research Sessions, especially to thank, before I forget, Professor S.R. Veerakon for following me up and writing me, sending emails and so on, and even last minute confirmation emails and so on. So thank you very much, Professor Veerakon, the chairperson of the Open University Research Sessions. And also Rovini and also Dr. Lahir Vijayanayaka for following up with all details. Yeah. And also, I'm very privileged to be here to give a keynote address on electrospun nanomaterials for drug delivery, tissue engineering, and cancer therapy. And also, before I start, I have to thank Professor PMC Tilakaratne, also the Vice Chancellor, for giving the leadership to organize such an event. Yeah. And also, I'm happy to see my colleague, Professor H.D. Karunaratne, was the chief guest, and he gave a very inspiring speech on how the COVID pandemic and how it tags to the economic crisis globally and also this part of the world. Yeah. So I will also start with I have 45 minutes. I think I will try to stick into my time and give you some, I understand there are participants who are mainly scientists, but also I understand Open University is a place where you have the distance education system, and so many faculties are involved. I presume that there may be some other non-scientists also listening to my talk, so I have to do a justice to those people as well. So my presentation will include some science and also some general background to make them understand how powerful is the science and technology in today's context. And all of us are under pandemic conditions. The conference on this nature, I would prefer to be in person, because the whole idea of a conference is not only to give a presentation and listen to presentation. The episode of meeting people and talking to people, networking, all these things are part and parcel of the conference. So one can be happy that the online, yes, we have online system now. We can do it from home, and but the impact that you are going to get, you cannot equate to where we meet and discuss our research and the technologies and other bits and pieces. Yeah. So anyway, we have to be happy with what we have at the moment. So I think there's a difference between the distance learning and the online education. Online education, which I presume that it is effective to a certain extent, but we have seen a lot of problems unless we address these issues as a country very soon and come back to our normal life, like other countries like the US, UK, and other countries in Asia. So my topic, I will, before I come to that, let me first take you through some pictures of Sri Lanka, beautiful Sri Lanka. People talk about, always people get frustrated by talking about economy and other things, the politics. My advice is normally, you have to look at the good side of the situation. And we are born and we are now serving this wonderful nation. And this is more than enough for you to be happy rather than considering on different issues, because the health is wealth. And look at these pictures and what a blessed country that we are in. Yes, we have issues with politics, and that will be, I think we have to look into those things step by step. Yeah, so this is what your happiness is determined by yourself. So be happy during the COVID period. The children are undergoing a difficult time in front of the laptops and the smartphones, and we are also teaching sometimes to 250 people. My first year lecture, 280, 300 people. but I don't know whether they are listening to my lecture or they are sleeping off. So it looks effective, but I don't think it's overall it's effective as such. But we have no other choice to go on this mode there. So, and also I just want to share this slide. We are celebrating the Columbia University 100 years under the leadership of Professor Chandrika Vijayaratne, 100 years of science, excellence in science. And so it's a great year for us. We have had a lot of activities, and our international conference also coming up, and also the chemistry department organized a world-class symposium, including about 3 Nobel laureates in June. Yeah. So with that, the world is faced with these problems. I used to take this slide and the number 1 problem I used to address at the 7th place, but now for this talk, the first time in this talk, I brought forward as number 1 problem in this planet. So why should we care about advanced technologies? So these are the main problems that we encounter. How you can see the cancer is growing up. People have now forgotten the cancer issue because the COVID has come out. Yeah, so the COVID is the immediate issue that we have to solve. And you can see the technologically advanced planet with 7 billion people have no solution for a small particle, what the damage doing by this particle. Yeah, so I'll discuss about that a little bit on how the electrospun nanomaterials can help in combating COVID-19 also, or one aspect. And also the people are fighting for cheap and clean energy. The world is running out of fossil fuels, and then the coal power will be there for another 200 years. Then you have the nuclear power. Nuclear power is held by a few countries. So we are always, but you can imagine the Sri Lanka is a blessed nation with plenty of sunlight, closer positioned close to the equator, and so we have to harness the solar energy in the future. So for those things that we have to develop the technology within the country. Otherwise, we have to import technologies also. I will come back to that in the Sri Lankan crisis. What is where, as a scientist, as a apolitical scientist, I'm just mentioning you without a political without the political glasses, that I will explain what I'm thinking about the Sri Lankan crisis before I get into the main topic here. So increased demand for pure water, you can see these are the factors that the Sri Lanka is blessed with, the natural resources. If you look at the Pakistan, if you look at the India, there are places where people walk 17 kilometers to get water, the potable water, drinking water. But where do we have this problem? We go anywhere, we have good water, and we don't have a water crisis in this country. We have plenty of water, but are we ready to harness this property? Because the water is, in the future, it can be energy also. For example, if you split water using your basic chemistry, you know, if you supply a small voltage, you can split water into hydrogen and oxygen. And the technology is developed as such. I know a lot of people in the Peradeniya University, including Professor Gamini Rajapaksha, doing a lot of research on conversion, hydrogen conversion, and hydrogen fuels and so on. So the world is moving towards hydrogen economy. And the US market, you have cars run by hydrogen, not by just fossil fuels. And Elon Musk is pursuing on the electric car 100% on the solar power and the battery technology, using the nanotechnology and nanomaterials, advanced materials. So you can see that technology will play a huge role in these finding solutions for these problems. And you know, the reduced environmental pollution. Now you can see the environmental pollution. We can't go out now. The reason is we have all technologies. We have smartphones, we have supercars, all these things, but we can't go out because we will inhale the COVID-19 virus, and that is the problem now. You can I can bring the number 4 even to number 2 now when I do my next presentation. The computing power, you need it. Every year computer get halved and the power get doubled, and the world hunger, you can see that there is no shortage of food in this planet, but the distribution of food or the what do you call the preservation of food to be used in a later time, we don't have such technologies. We are very poor in those technologies. So that is the reason that we have to dump tons and tons of vegetable in various parts of this country, because there is no mechanism, no technology developed within the country to have this kind of to be used in this kind of situation. So importing technology will cost. It is better to dump the vegetable rather than importing the technology to preserve vegetables. So we have to believe in ourselves to develop this nation. The world hunger and the defense, now you can see defense has gone into a different stage. Now the US Army, now the US defense, they have formed the space army also. Now you have the Army, Navy, Air Force, and the space army also. So now you can see we are 20 to 30 years behind these countries. Yeah, how do we take this country to a forward thinking country without any political affiliations here? So the Sri Lankan crisis is what I see as a scientist is, yes, we have the highest literacy rate in this part of the world, 95%, 98% literacy rate. I think if you compare with the Bangladesh has 50% literacy rate. That's about 80 million people out of 160 million people are illiterate. So but even then we had to take some loans from those people to lift our economy. So what's the problem? So the economic development is not linearly proportional to the literacy rate. So the literacy rate is good that we can we can export our the labor, we can export the skilled labor, skilled scientists. We know our special degree students, out of 24 students, about 20 people go to US for their PhDs and they never return, 1 or 2 return. Why is that? Our scientists go everywhere and do very well. NASA, we have hundreds, 200 scientists, they're doing well. Why can't we do better here? That is a problem. Are we addressing that problem, or we are just superficially just putting a bandage, like a wound dressing that I will be talking about, and the wound dressing is not effective. You take the wound dressing out, the wound is still there. So, but the problem persists. So I want to take few examples on the similar economy, not the similar economy, similar sizes. If you look at the Taiwan, if you look at Taiwan has 23 million people, and I can remember when I was in O-level, the televisions came, and the first television was made in Taiwan. You can imagine now Taiwan, after 23 million people and closer to a neighbor, hostile neighbor, and they are really flourishing on the electronic industry. So they grabbed the electronic industry and they flourished. Even the US car market is now a little bit down because the chips coming from Taiwan is not coming to the US. So therefore, you can see how the electronic industry is caught by this Taiwan, the people. I'm just taking that's a similar size population. But if you look at Israel, about 9 to 10 million people, and the highest Nobel laureates per capita, 30 Nobel laureates produced by Israel. I'm not talking about the politics of Israel, but I'm talking about the science and technology. They are in a desert, surrounded by all hostile nations, but yet no one can touch them. Why is that? It's the science and technology, nothing else going to work. The tourism industry is good, labor export is good, but the problem is a crisis like this. All these things I can remember I gave this kind of speech in 2004 when the tsunami struck the island nation. The tourism crippled. But imagine if you have the science and technology, that's what if you have developed the SNT in this country. Yes, it is true that 40 years of science and technology, you argue, what are the scientists have done to this country? That is also, it's a political point of view that you can tell our scientists have not done anything to any tangible solution to give solutions to any problems in this country. The reason was we have been doing science. Yes, we are doing science in domains. That is why we need the leadership to bring these scientists together and take the science into a next dimension where not only the laboratory science you bring it to the next level of science. That is the reason that the 2007 the Sri Lanka Institute of Nanotechnology was born. That premise. So we have to give credit to that that time the ruling people. So it was established, but the how it moves, we cannot expect an outcome in 5 years, 10 years. These science outcomes will come with a, like a domino effect, where you do a little bit of science, other people get inspired by that science. Those people will start to do one commercialization, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. It boomerang into ourselves. If we look at in a way, in a short-term way, where we will introduce only 1 or 2 commercializations. So you have to believe in science. Let the scientists have a time to do it. Let the political the mechanism give them the space to breathe, and let them to do research more and more, and accountable research, where you can get examples from Pakistan, where Professor Ataur Rahman did wonderfully. Musharraf handpicked then President Ataur Rahman and handed over the science and technology to him completely, and then he completely changed the landscape of science and technology in Pakistan. They are very high in ranking about science and technology. So we have the human, the Professor H.D. Karunanarathne talk about our human capital. That's where the strength is. You have to believe in that capital, I'm not a believer in short-term achievements through the tourism or anything, because those can be crippled in a time where the planet is going towards more pandemics in the future. So this is a time to think about the future landscape of science. Okay, look at this picture. The Apollo, the technology that you use in 1960s, and the shuttle, space shuttle in 1980s, and the Crew Dragon recently launched SpaceX program. You can see how it was science and technology developed. You can see now even some people say, why there's a lot of problems in this planet, and why the hell that the Elon Musk want to go to Mars? Why can't he develop this one? So that is the scientist, that's how the enthusiasm and that's the scientific minds. That's why the OURS, the presentations, we may be having a lot of young people. Young people's minds are not to keep it inside a box. Those are to explode with ideas. We have to, as a senior leaders, we have to create the environment for them to flourish in with a lot of ideas. That's how we have to create the culture. So look at the evolution of the science and technology. You look at if you look at let me take this off. If you look at the space suit, this shows this picture shows the recently Crew Dragon SpaceX suit. The same functionalities, but look at the size of it's like this is the wonder of material science, the nanotechnology and so on. So therefore, we have no future. If you look at the Tesla car, autonomous driving, you don't need a driver. Everything is now. So where are we placed in terms of these technologies? Are we going to import these technologies, or can we develop these technologies? We have the best scientists in this country. If you look at these are the 5 technologies that will shape up the planet in the next 25 years, whether we like it or not. Nanotechnology, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, robotics, and Internet of Things. So these are the 5 technologies. This is all about, people talk about the singularity, where all merge into one entity, where you will have to depend on them. So are we then telling that we have the social scientists and the historians to abandon? No, we can't. We have to embed them into these technologies. That is why the liberal arts education, where science is fused with the economics, the humanities, and the languages, and all, it's very important. That's what the US is well ahead. When you get a science degree, they are all with the other aspects as well. So we don't teach, let me see my, okay. Okay, we are teaching now, keeping our students are in boxes. It's chemistry, physics. So there is no boxes in the future. That is why the world richest man, Elon Musk, does not believe in the present education, and he has his own school in a SpaceX where there are no exams, nothing, and the people are free to learn what they like. So that is where your innovativeness come out of this one. You know, the literacy rate is not directly proportional to your economic development, but the innovativeness. Sri Lanka has been a developed country 2,500 years ago. We have been an innovative country. The pictures I showed you, the Agabus and the Sigiriya rock, and the people, the scientists like us, struggling to find out whether the nanotechnology is incorporated in these the Sigiriya and other places. So, but our people were the innovative, but the innovativeness went through the drain due to the Western interference. Yes, true, the invasions, and our science died off. But it's a time for us to think about believing these technologies and give the leadership to bring this on. Otherwise, we will be discussing this problem over and over again. When we were small, also we have been a developing country. Still, we are a developing country. Maybe like Professor H.T. Karan said, we have per capita GDP is better than some part of the other Asian countries. That's true compared to India and Bangladesh even. But because of their population, their per capita is lower. But we have to think about it. Let's get into the electrospinning. This technology is not a rocket technology. I'm talking about the whole idea of bringing this aspect to is the material science, the materials technology. This century is called the materials century. That is why the Elon Musk is totally dependent on the battery technology now. So he has tons and tons of scientists working on developing these advanced materials. You have seen probably recently SpaceX new orbital shuttle that they are talking about launching very soon, and they are talking about the completely alloys, nanomaterials, basically the technologically advanced spaceship. Yeah, so they are talking about. So this is where we have our expertise in this country. So the electrospinning is one method to make nanomaterials, and you can control the surface morphologies and nanometer to micrometer fibers. You can see these are like, like the noodles or string hoppers you can think of if you are a non-scientist. So in a macroscopic way, so you can make this in a very simple way. We have developed this technology. We can do it in the Columbia University also. This kind of thing. So it's over 100 years old, this technology. We have been using for a long time. And if you look at the applications of the materials that you are talking about, you can think of, various areas. That is why I'm talking about this technology. You look at the solar cells to filtration to military protective clothing, and robotics and space technology, pharmaceuticals, like I'll be discussing on wound dressing, drug delivery, tissue engineering, scaffolds, and maybe a little bit on cosmetic face mask, and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of applications on this technology, and broadly nanotechnology, and narrowly electrospinning. I can talk about that. The setup is very simple, and we have this setup in the Columbia University. We have two apparatus. And if any younger generation want to collaborate with us, please feel free to come and collaborate with us. Use this, and because we need bright ideas from any part of this country. Yeah. So electrospinning is a method in which materials in solution or melt are formed into a nano micro size. So what you do is you take a solution and you put it into a syringe. It's like a normal polymer solution, and you use a syringe pump. You don't do it manually. You can program where you get a number of milliliters per hour or something like that, and then you get the electrospun fibers. So you use a high voltage power supply. What happens is, when I don't think I can play this video, you can push this polymer solution, then you get a small droplet end of this one, and it will get, when you apply a high direct current voltage, maybe 20 to 1 to, it varies, maybe 20 kV is the typical value. So when you get the liquid drop forms to a, let me see whether I can see the Taylor cone to show you. Yes, in this slide, because I have to, yeah. the Taylor cone, you can see the liquid droplets. It's a fully charged liquid droplet you get because of the high voltage that you supply. So when the electric force overcomes the surface tension of the liquid, and it will eject a stream, and it will go as a fiber and deposit on this plate. It's like a non-woven fabric. You can think of like a string hopper like this. But naked eye you will not see. This is a scanning electron microscope image. So you will see these kind of things. You can get even particles by changing the conditions. So you can get the fibers from micrometer size to nanometer size. And you can manipulate. It's easier to said than done. When you do it, only you have to manipulate these electric field strengths, flow rates, properties of the solution like the concentration, viscosity, conductivity, so on and so forth, and distance between the syringe and the collector, ambient parameters, also the temperature, humidity, and airflow also plays a huge role, because the polymers may be hygroscopic, it attracts water, so therefore humidity plays a critical role in this electrospinning technology. So therefore you have to manipulate these parameters to get a better fiber. So there are various ways you can do electrospinning. I will quickly go through. Single fluid you can do, one needle you need. You can do coaxial electrospinning. You have one needle and you can get two layers like this, the core and the shell, and you have side by side, and you have the triaxial also. So you can get various morphologies. So that means you can, I'll take you one example. The drug delivery applications, we talk about the drug delivery applications using electrospinning technology. Due to the high loading capacity, high encapsulation efficiency, what happens is you prepare your polymer solution with the drug, then you electrospin, you get the fiber, the drug is incorporated there. So you can use that drug. So like if the drug is incorporated into this kind of a mesh, you can even keep it under the tongue and you can swallow the drug. It goes with the polymer material. Those are edible things that you can use. So so you have the monoaxial electrospinning. I have to get rid of this my window because it interferes with my slides here. Right. So work on anti-inflammatory drugs such as naproxen or diclofenac for wound care. We have used this kind of thing. This is the SEM image. So I will take the coaxial electrospinning. You can have two axes. One is the shell, you have the polyvinyl pyrimidine you can have, and the core you can have. So you can even incorporate two drugs and allow the first one to release and the second one later to the body. So like that you can manipulate the structure of. So the triaxial electrospinning is tough. I don't think we have we are working on it, but it's difficult. You can even incorporate three materials. Like here, you can incorporate two materials, one material, or you can have the blended materials, two materials. You can have it, and you can program your. So this slide tells you, this is from this the journal. You can see the polymer lands on a sheet, on a plate, like this plate. This is the collector. So what tells you is this is a non-woven fabric that you are going to get it. You can manipulate the collector and you can get different shapes. Like if you have a roller, when you electrospin, when you rotate this one, you will get a tubing, you will get tubes. So people have used these tubes, and you can have the different shapes. That is why I'm talking about skin scaffolds. You can tailor-made your electrospun material the way you want, like this. Okay, so that is why people talk about the artificial blood vessels as well using this technology. So if you look at the drug, drugs are, when you take a drug, it has a percentage release. Some are fast dissolving. When you take the drug, it immediately dissolves. Some are immediate. It takes some time, a little bit longer time than the fast dissolving. And some are delayed. Some are extended. Some are pulsatile, like this. Some are zero order. Zero order is the holy grail of drug delivery, people won't see this kind of delivery with the time, but it is the most difficult thing to achieve in the drug delivery, because we know when you take a drug, sometimes it releases. That is why when you take antibiotic, you give a time period, so it allows to release, and so it's still difficult to program using the conventional formulations. So because it all depends on the release, depends on the gut pH and other factors. But these are all materials you can manipulate to deliver drugs. So even some applications are wound dressings, polymeric implant coatings. So when you have a polymeric implant, you can have the local therapy here. You can coat this prosthese using nanomaterials, electrospun, antibiotics, so that you get the local healing inside rather than taking antibiotic from the outside here. So tissue regeneration, also dermal, cardiac, bone, all these are people have done, and I'm sharing some examples with you. And cancer therapeutics also, you can use this technology. And antibiotics and antibacterial agents are the simplest way to use it. So you can incorporate antibacterial agents, loaded nanofibers, then you can make antibacterial agent loaded nanofibers to get fabrics with antibacterial properties. So then you can use it as the wound dressings for treating diabetic foot ulcers or any wound there. So so then we in the future you will talk about the textiles using the technology and the fashion. People were interested in fashion long time back. Then people were putting up technology. Now it's going to be in the future the fashion and the technology together embedded, where your textile will do the job. The detection of COVID-19 or repelling of COVID-19 viruses, and I will discuss a little bit on that. Time permits, I have about 14 minutes. Yeah. So make smart textiles where it stimulates to outside the influence, and it adjusts the fabric to respond to the. I think Dr. Lahiru Vijayanayaka, who was in my textile team in Slentech, he has great experience on working on this one. I am sure he will take the Open University research into a new dimension using what he gained from Slentech experience. Yeah. So some examples to show you how the combinations of polymers and the polymer solutions, how you change. I will not discuss detail about the science behind it, but I want to show you some, the release patterns. You can see the different formulations have different patterns. If you look at this one, PVP, ethyl cellulose combination, you change it with an naproxen delivery is the time you can program the delivery time. So this is the beauty of this technology. You manipulate the polymer combination and you get a different release profiles. Yeah, this is what I want to address that in the wound resins. Yeah, you can see some more examples. These are our myself and Rohini's PhD student Umayangana's work, and so she is funded by National Science Foundation. So we have, now you can see this is that example elaborating some SEM images. Now you can see the polymer combinations, PVP and the cellulose combination with naproxen, how it delivers in vitro drug release profile. You can see these are electrospun fibers and their distribution. Now these are, you can see after delivery. You can see after delivery there are perforations in the fiber morphology that shows these fibers are fully loaded with this naproxen. Once you finish your release studies, once you take your SEM image, it shows clearly these drugs are released to the environment here. So that shows that how effective the technologies. We published this in a good high impact journal. And another one, material science and engineering, similar type of work. I will not go into details. Same type of polymers. And then this was a work at Slentech. This is a very high impact paper, applied materials and interfaces. This is we published in 2018. Yes, And this is again how powerful this electrospin technology. You have the alginate nanofiber, and you embed the halosite nanotubes incorporated with drugs, and you use the antibacterial studies and the antibacterial protection for sustained antibacterial protection. For example, the problem is when you have a normal wound dressing, or a normal antibiotics, there is no sustained release. So therefore, these technologies will give you the sustained release, as I explained, using these release profiles. And there are some prototypes we have produced, and we are now working with some people, and vascular surgeon Professor Mandik Vijayaratna is helping us on some clinical trials at hospitals, and our student Numi Angana is working with him to develop this kind of, because anything that what we do science, it is good to see publications, but now we are taking that to the next level. This is where the government has to, or any science decision making people have to intervene in the university system, where this should be facilitated to make prototypes and then commercialize. And some examples: inorganic nanoparticles, inorganic particles, monomontrilite, halosites, hydroxyapatite, nanometal particles, inorganic nanoparticles, all these things can be embedded into this one. And the scope is huge, and you can make wonderful material using these technologies. And also we are looking at the Ayurvedic side also. We have a Rohini as a PhD student from Ayurvedic Institute at Karachi, and now it's a university. And so we are talking about rasa medicine, and also we are incorporating that mercuric sulfide. Mercury is, we think the chemists used to think mercury is the toxic. We still believe mercury is toxic, but the rasa medicine in India and also in Sri Lanka, we have used mercuric sulfide as what you call Kajali, antimicrobial assay, emphasize applicability of Kajali in wound care. So we are talking about that also to some extent, because we cannot exclude our indigenous knowledge. That is where the wealth of knowledge we have to at some point, we embark on Western type of science, but we have fused these two together at some point and address that. We might get local solution with the foreign technology. I mean, that's completely harmless, because that is where your talent is all about. So skin tissue generation, this has happened. I think Professor Suhan Jayasinghe from University College London, people believe he's the first person to spin live cells using the electrospinning technology. People thought when you spin live cells, it might die because of the high voltage that you create, but he has proven that it will not die. So what you can do is you can use this technology to grow skin. You can take the full skin and cell isolation, and then you electrospin layer by layer, and you can embed in mice. This is a bit old publication, 2015, not our publication. And now we have seen this has gone into a new dimension. People are replacing heart valves using the electrospun heart valves like this, using those materials. And even then, the electrospun artificial blood vessels are, we were talking about, Professor Mandika used to tell us, he visited our lab, and said a lot of money is spent on bringing these artificial valves, blood vessels for bypass surgeries and so on. Why can't we develop? We know the technology, we know the know-how, but we need the financials, we need the leadership, we need the vision to bring this kind of technology into us. These are self-sufficient we can be, because we have not only the Columbia University research team, there are other universities, a lot of people are doing this technology. Why not think about these potential markets in the future? So bone scaffolds also same thing. Bone scaffolds you can manipulate and make bone scaffolds using electrospin technology. And you can see the electrospun membranes for cancer therapeutics also use. You can famous cancer drug doxorubicin or paclitaxel. You can use also platinum complexes. We use cisplatin and so on. So you can embed those into the nanofibers and you can have the post-operative local chemotherapy, or you can implant these things in under the cancer cells and so on. You will see the proliferation of the cell destruction using these materials due to those efficient delivery systems. So your cancer therapy also people use this kind of material, electrospun materials. So the applications wide you have immense. And the recent applications within the last 5 minutes, I will wind up. Filter materials, protective face mask. This is not related to my topic, but I will little bit of touch on face mask. We can see Respiron mask developed by my good friend Professor Gamin Rajapaksha. I will probably, I don't know the technology that you use, but I will use my knowledge to explain what kind of technologies we can think of to make them. We have developed our postdoc, Professor Dr. Danushika Manatunga. She is now at Jayawardhanapura University Technology faculty. She was a postdoc and she developed this. And also we have our PhD student Lalinka has developed the zebrafish toxicity studies to show these nanomaterials are safe to use. We need those data. And also, if you look at the face mask, you can use zinc oxide petals. You can use, those are known antiviral materials in face mask. You can see the spike protein denatures on the face mask if you use zinc oxide nanomaterials. Yeah, so these are available in literature. And also, a good thing is, you know, when you talk about the SARS, the COVID virus. It's about 70 to 90 nanometer. It's a nanoparticle. You can say in a nanoparticle in a solution, we call something called the zeta potential. That it has a charge. It's a positively charged nanoparticle. So when if the personal protective kit is positively charged, it will. This is a conceptual at the moment. It can repel. For example, if you make your face mask using the chitosan material, this chitosan has a positively charged surface. So it might repel these viruses. So I'm sure the Respiron also has this kind of technology. I saw Garmini has published this conceptually as an outer layer has a hydrophobic and the second layer has electrostatic repulsion. This can be the case. And the last layer is the destructive layer. That's maybe the zinc oxide or other materials. So this is the trend. So these kind of technologies I'm happy that it is going into the international market as well. So that's one aspect of technology. So you can see how we can embark on that. So water purification, this is our core area. We do a lot of work on water purification because we got Rohini as a principal investigator, got a National Research Council grant in 2017, a 50 million grant. And we have been doing very well with 3 PhD students that I will introduce in my acknowledgement. I will not share this data too much because, and now one can think of last 2 minutes. Is this technology scalable? Some people ask, is your technology scalable? Of course, yes. These are the commercially available machines for electrospinning technology. So you can make tons and tons of electrospun fibers these days. So technologically, there is no hindrance for us to scale up. So, but we need the prototyping, you know, from the lab level to the next level, because we know we are going through an innovation death valley. We start from the lab and go to the commercial, the market. In between this, it's called the innovation death valley. You might fall at some point. That fall should be absorbed by the system. That fall should be allowed to the scientists should be allowed to take that risk and walk through this. So in Korea experience, the scientists walk through this innovation death valley. Only 5% are successful in Korea. You can imagine if you have 100 projects in Korea, only 5% will commercialize. But it is sad to see sometimes we are given 2 projects and expect the funding bodies commercialize both projects. It is very difficult as a scientist. So you can see some more examples, and I have to finish now. It's on time. Acknowledgement. This electrospinning technology was introduced through the active collaboration with School of Pharmacy, University College London, and Professor Gareth Williams initiated this through Rohini and myself, and a little interaction, and we won about 49,000, that is about 10.5 million UK money. We won 12,000 sterling pounds through the UCL EPSRC Grand Challenge Research Fund and also the Royal Society in UK. And with that money, we incorporated this nanofabrication facility at the University of Colombo. You can see we have one machine, and Dr. Danushika brought another one through our postdoctoral grant from NRC, and we have 2 machines. And this is the lab we developed in 2018. Through that money, we brought 50 million to the university. At that time, Professor Lakshman Dissanayake greatly acknowledged. He gave us about 12 million rupees as a support money to set up the laboratory. So the NRC 50 million, 12 million from the university. We made this lab, and we bought the XRD machine. Feel free to contact us if you want to get XRD, and we are there to help, because we know we have undergone the difficult time. We know how difficult for us to find places to do our research, but now we have established international collaborations. We can do any instrument. We can pay money to Slintech and get it done, ITI, but I'm sure you can appreciate the fact that we are ready to collaborate with anyone, and now the younger, especially the young research faculties here. So these are our small group, the PhD students and the postdoc. This is Shanika, this is Veromi and Danushika, and now the Lalinka and Roshan and Nadira, all are PhD students, and Danushika is now working as a faculty in the technology faculty in Jawaharlal. And this is our lab, and Professor Mandika Vijayaratna, you can see, discussing how to do the clinical trials on wound dressings. And there's a bigger group with undergraduates, and we have some celebrations on birthdays, and I think this was Rohini's birthday, celebrating this year before the 2021 March. And last but not least, the funding bodies, NRC, National Science Foundation, EPSRC, Royal Society, UCL, Slintech. Without Slintech, I'm not here at the moment. Slintech gave us the best opportunity to do research. We are very grateful to Slintech. That Slintech thinking brought this lab like this. Otherwise, I would have set up a traditional lab with comparison to other labs. So this has affected the domino effect. The other labs also now in the Colombo University Chemistry Department developing like this. That's the beauty of establishing Slintech. Most of the universities were developed because of that. So I have to greatly acknowledge Slintech and Rohini as the principal investigator of the NRC grant, and the Gareth, Danushika, Ruchika, Nadika, 2 PhDs. These 3 are recently graduated, and Umayangana, Prasan PhD, Shanika, Veromi, Lalinka, Santa, Nadira, Nirasha, and MSc. So I would like to wind up my presentation. I just took 3 minutes extra time, and sorry, Rohini, that. And I would like to thank again Professor S.R. Veerakorn for inviting me, and Professor Rohini H.R.H., and also Dr. Lairu Vijayanayake, and all the organizing team of ours 2021. I wish you all the very best, and all the future scientists who will be presenting their wonderful research in 2 days. And I wish you all the very best, and be safe, and flourish yourself, and be happy. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the organizing committee of the Hours 2021, I would like to convey our sincere gratitude to you, Professor Nalin De Silva, for delivering very timely, important, very valuable techniques, and what are the importance of these, like that, to our academics at our university. So thank you very much, Nalin, again, and thank you for the invitation for our young generation to collaborate with you. I hope they will get the advantage of that one. So finally, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rohini.
Thank you very much once again, Professor De Silva, for that extremely inspiring speech. We will now commence the first research session of OURS 2021 on the theme of open and distance learning. To chair this session, I cordially invite Professor PMC Tilakaratne, the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Welcome once again. The first session. The theme of the session is open and distance learning. And we have in the series 4 papers to be presented. And therefore, our ground rules are every presenter will have 15 minutes, including the Q&A. The pre-recorded presentation will be played for each paper listed in the session plan. And I request all the participants to mute the microphone during the presentation time. And then when the presentation is over, the recorded presentation is over, again, we invite presenter to unmute the microphone and also switch on the video to participate for the Q&A session. So then we have, as I said, 4 papers. I'll scroll upon, that first one. The topic is the research title, Does participation in peer-assisted study sessions in the entry year improve the academic performance of students? A case study in ODL. Authors for this paper is G. Bandarage, EADNDA, Didisingha, JCN Rajendra, KDVF Sirivardhana, RU Tantirigoda, and J. Vaddavidanagi. Over to you for the presentation.
Does participation in peer-assisted study sessions in the entry year improve the academic performance of students? A case study in ODA. What is peer-assisted study sessions? PASS. PASS is a well-established supplemental instruction scheme practiced in various forms in more than 1,000 higher education institutions in 29 countries. According to Topping 1996, objective of a PASS program is to render support to students in a group setting where they share their educational experiences, problems, and successes, which will help to build sound study habits and will lead to improve the overall academic performance of the student. PASS model. Group discussions are led by 1 or 2 senior students of high academic standing who have gone through a similar study program. The role of such peer leader is to show how a good student learns by guiding the peer students in finding out solutions to subject-related problems. The environment of a PASS session is deliberately made informal so that students can admit ignorance and misconceptions and seek information, advice, and remedy. The Faculty of Natural Sciences started a slightly modified version of PASS in 2011-12 academic year. At the beginning, it was not mandatory. Conducted in disciplines botany, chemistry, physics, and zoology. Conducted in CRC, which were held approximately every fortnight. Small group discussions were led by a recently graduated BSc graduate of OUSL, accomplished with the class defined as a graduate young mentor. We call them as Jim. Jim was assisted by 1 or 2 senior students of good academic standing called a student young mentor, and we call them as Sim. Jims and Sims were trained through a periodically conducted 3-day workshops. A study on these PASS sessions in OUSL, Bandarage and others has indicated that the PASS program has been successful in developing good ODL study habits in participants. In the 2013-14 academic year, the faculty started a new version of FAST. 5 level 3 courses for FAST were introduced for the disciplines botany, chemistry, physics, geomathematics, and zoology. Held in Colombo, Kandy, Mathur, and Jaffna regional centers of OUSA. And at the entry to the BSc degree program, students were informed that attendance in 12 out of the 16 FAST sessions offered in a year in one discipline of choice was made compulsory to register for any level 4 course in the relevant discipline of choice. Students who have attended more than 10 FAST sessions in the selected course was given pass grade and were eligible to move forward. However, later this restriction was removed and all the students were allowed to move forward. Again, a study by Bandaragi and others have shown that the attendance in FAST in one course in a discipline in the first year can improve the academic performance not only in the particular course but also in the other first year courses in all the disciplines. The objective of this study was to find any evidence to support the impact of participation in FAST on accomplishment of the academic goals of students throughout of their study in OUSL. Methodology. The students entered to the BSc degree program in 2013-14 academic year had to complete totally 108 credits, that is 36 credits for each year of study. Students are being encouraged to register less than 30 credits courses at the first year. Observe that the student need a minimum of 4 academic years to complete the BSc General Degree Program. 615 students entered to the BSc degree program in the academic year 2013-2014 at the CRC. The study sample was 61 students who registered in the BSc program in 2013-2014 academic year in the Colombo Regional Center and have graduated in 2016-2017 academic year. That is, students who have registered in the 2013-2014 academic year in the Colombo Regional Center and who have completed the degree in 4 years' time. Statistical techniques are given here, and the response variable was grade point average, and it was taken as a measure of overall academic performance of a student, and GPA was coded into 2 levels, GPA less than 3 and GPA greater than or equal 3. Predictor variables, attendance at parts, gender, advanced level results, as an average index marks giving scoring 1 for S, 2 for C, 3 for B, and 4 for A pass. And motivation level at entry to BSc degree program and measured using a modified version of the questionnaire of TUNA and others. And also students' employment at the entry to the BSc degree program and also marital status were taken as a predictor variables. And categorization of all predictors were based on Bandaragi and others. And categorization of motivation level of the student at the entry to the BSc degree program was based on the median. Binary logistic regression model, which was used, is given here, and all 6 predictor variables were included at the initial level, and the final model was selected using method elimination. Results and discussion. The mean GPA is 2.95 with the standard deviation of 0.44. The observed minimum GPA is 2.08. The median GPA is 2.99. And histogram of GPA is given here, and it indicates that one or more factors might associated with GPA. Descriptive statistics by predictor variables and results of chi-square test are given here. Null hypothesis is GPA is independent from variable, and alternative hypothesis is GPA is associated with variable. And according to the chi-square test, it was found that past attendance is associated with the GPA. And also, it was shown marginal associations between motivation at the entry level and the GPA. Attendance to pass showed bivariate associations with GPA, and also using probability plots found that GPA of a student who attended less than 10 pass sessions follows a normal distribution with mean 2.55 and standard deviation of 0.32. And GPA of student who attended greater than or equal 10 pass sessions follows a normal distribution with mean 3.04 and standard deviation 0.42. Scatter plot of GPA versus attendance pass showed positive associations between GPA and attendance to pass. The smooth curve of GPA for both categories of students who have attended less than 10 pass sessions and who have attended greater than or equal 10 pass sessions are given here. And there is an indication that the distribution of the student who have attended greater than or equal 10 pass sessions is ahead than the other students. ESET test for compare two sample proportions showed that the probability of a student obtaining a GPA greater than or equal 3 at graduation is significantly higher if the student has attended at least 10 pass sessions in student's first year. Also, Fisher's exact test, non-parametric test, showed associations between GPA and attendance to pass. And also, fitted final multivariate model using binary logistic regression confirmed the positive association of participation in pass with overall GPA. The final binary logistic regression model is given here. And based on the results, the conclusions and recommendations were made, and evidence supports that attending class may have a positive impact on students' performance. And continuing the PASS program and encouraging the students to attend more than 10 PASS sessions are recommended. References, acknowledgements, the research. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. How PASS, peer-assisted study sessions, of course, leads to the academic performance of students with 61 sample of students. And finally, the word that you have used from the chair may increase the performance. So therefore, from the chair, the first concern, of course, this is single period analysis. Therefore, I just want to ask from the researchers why that you have selected for the single period analysis, why that you have not gone for, say, dividing periods to the, that let's say the time period to the two sample test to come to that more concrete conclusion.
Yes, sir. This is the part of the study. We are continuing this, and already I have asked data from the IT division for the fifth year completers and the sixth year completers. That's only the data we have up to now. We are continuing the study, and we will publish those data also in the future. This is the intermediate results. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Agreed with
right,
you. Yeah.
The second from the chair again. Now the justification for the methodological choice, logistic regression and all, for this kind of that behavioral aspect. There are now some other structural equation models are there, and I haven't seen in the presentation kind of a strong justification for the choosing the statistical approaches for this research. I think that researchers could look as well by benchmarking some other, let's say, reputed, by reading the journal articles. I think that even now for this kind of research, I have came across using neural networks and fuzzy logic as well. So therefore, that you can explore further for the methodological approaches as well.
Yes, to this actually we followed the same methodology we used in the previous study, and in the continuation we will consider the neural networks and other physiology as well. Yeah. Okay.
So any other questions from the audience? Yes, please. There are about, let's say, 91 participants. 94, including me. Any other questions to raise? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Really appreciate your research endeavors.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir.
I encourage you to that continue the research, because we need this kind of research to actually to evolve some models for the OUSL. What will lead to the student performance? So this is again in connection with the student support services as well. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So then we move to the second presentation. It's the title, I read it, Kolb's Experiential Learning Model Reflected in ODL Success Stories, a case study on selected OUSL alumni, authored by M.K. Jayakodi. Over to the presentation.
I am Mayanti Kulatunga Jayakodi, attached to the Center for Educational Technology and Media at the Open University of Sri Lanka. My paper is on Kolb's Experiential Learning Model Reflected in ODL Success Stories, a case study on selected OUSL alumni. The Open University of Sri Lanka is the only national university in the island that is dedicated to the open distance learning method and lifelong learning based concepts. It approximately caters to 35,000 students. Unlike in a conventional university, the OUSL learners represent various age groups, civil status, and employment. Therefore, each student's style of studying varies from another according to their lifestyle. So, each learner develops a study practice that suits him or her best in order to perform well in a selected study program. Over the years, the OUSL has seen many students successfully managing their personal life, employment, and studies while reaching high educational and professional goals. So, when the demand for the ODL system has progressively increased, It seemed useful to discover some of the strategies followed by such students and also locate the consequences that led to them. In doing so, David Kolb's experiential learning model, also known as the reflective model, seemed a suitable paradigm to reflect on. It is based on one's own experience that involves reviewing, analyzing, and evaluating. Once these three stages are completed, a new cycle will commence based on the former experiences leading to further learning. This cycle highlights four steps in the learning process: concrete experience, reflective observation, abstract conceptualization, and active experimentation. According to Kolb, learning involves the acquisition of abstract concepts that can be flexibly applied in various situations, and the incentive for the development of new concepts is provided by new experiences. Further, the preferred learning approach of a person becomes his or her dominant style. The objectives of this study were to identify how and to what extent the four stages of Kolb's reflective model reflect the dominant strategies adopted by OUSL alumni in achieving their learning goals, and explore the practicality of these steps when an undergraduate discovers and develops his or her dominant studying style. This study was conducted with 4 OUSL alumni representing 4 bachelor's degree programs offered by the OUSL: the Bachelor of Arts in English and English Language Teaching, Bachelor of Education Honours in Drama and Theatre, Bachelor of Arts in Social Sciences, and Bachelor of Technology Honours in Engineering. This was a purposive sample since they were selected based on their learner performance, current profession, and their gender. 3 of them are currently employed as lecturers at a national university, while the 4th is the vice principal at an international school. Further, one has obtained a first class and the others a second class upper in their respective study programs. To maintain the anonymity of the respondents, they were renamed as Himali, Sendil, Riaza, and Derek. The 4 respondents were interviewed individually on the study process they followed. The data was analyzed against Kolb's experiential learning model to discover how the paradigm reflected on the steps they took. A content analysis was conducted following the 6-phase framework proposed by Virginia Braun and Victoria Clark by coding the data to tally their methods with the 4 steps of Kolb's model. It was a qualitative method of data analysis, and the results and discussion are narrated as case studies. Case study 1. Himali was a single parent and a primary school teacher. She started the BA in English and ELT after a lapse of 17 years. Himali obtained very good results in level 3, but having failed to dedicate sufficient time for her studies, there was a drop in her performance at the end of level 4. She wanted to improve this situation, and in relation to Kolb's experiential learning model, this was her concrete experience. Eventually, she stepped into the stage of reflective observation by recalling how she obtained good grades in level 3, but she could not identify any special method. So Himali tried out a new strategy that might help her. She answered questions on all available past papers and created her own answer books. Closer to her final exams, she revised them until she was thorough with them. This was her stage of abstract conceptualization in line with Kolb's model. At the end of the year, there was a notable improvement in her results. According to Kolb, this was an incentive. She then stepped into the active experimentation stage and involved her close friend in writing answers. This time, the answer books were enriched with more knowledge since 2 people were involved and both their results improved. Likewise, Himali successfully developed her abstract conceptualization into a concrete experience, creating a full circle. Case study 2. Sendil was a full-time employee when he was following the Bachelor of Education Honours in Drama and Theatre. So, he couldn't attend some of the day schools. And when attempting take-home assignments, he had little content to write. So, he felt less confident of his performance, which was his concrete experience. Eventually, he realized that he lacked a teacher in his learning process, and this was his reflective observation. So he began playing the role of a teacher while studying based on an abstract concept. Eventually, Senthil's grades improved. This incentive increased his self-confidence. He further started speaking aloud while doing his take-home assignments, which was an active experiment. Accordingly, his abstract concept, which was further improved with active experimenting, became a positive concrete experience. Case study 3. Like Himali, Riaza too had commenced her tertiary education at a later stage. She was a teacher, wife, and a mother of 2 children. Initially, she had to miss some day schools due to her personal and professional commitments. As a result, she was not performing well in her assignments and the final exam. This was a concrete experience. She realized she had to gain more knowledge related to course content. So Riyasa, as an abstract concept, started browsing the internet for additional information. This proved to be a successful strategy and her grades improved. She was encouraged to apply this approach to all the courses she offered. Consequently, Riyasa's search for extra readings became her dominant style of learning, with which she stepped into a stabilized concrete experience. Case study 4. Derek, who offered the Bachelor of Technology Honours in Engineering, faced the concrete experience at the beginning itself. Being younger than his batchmates and unemployed, he was at a disadvantage since the others brought in more experience to the day schools. So, he developed the reflective observation stage fairly early. This led to an abstract conceptualization. Derek started interacting well with his peers. He assumed that working in a group will enable him to gain more knowledge. This strategy worked well for him in project work. He broadened his network with everyone in his batch. Every year, he entered a concrete experience with the incentive of gaining excellent results. Accordingly, he kept on reaching out to his peers as an active experimentation. Eventually, he obtained a first class and a gold medal. A summary of the findings. As indicated by the narratives, there is a certain pattern in the studying processes followed by all 4 respondents. Also, they all shared the common goal of wanting to perform well. So, their goal motivated them to discover their own dominant study method, and the steps they followed parallel the ones in Kolb's model. Conclusions. The concrete experience of all 4 respondents has been related to a struggle in wanting to perform better, but each one's dominant approach has depended on their personal and professional capacity and availability of time. There was a common pattern in how they located their own approach, and their experiences reflected the 4 stages of Kolb's model, which is relevant to many adult learning situations. Accordingly, the significant similarity between how they persevered their goals and Kolb's stages of experiential learning model could be considered an encouragement for learners following the open distance learning system. Recommendations. The study could be extended with a larger sample involving the current undergraduates and also conduct a comparative study to identify the differences between the strategies used then and now. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayanti. A very interesting topic.
Thank you,
of
sir.
experimental learning model. Really, from the chair. So you have addressed, of course, the models for various concrete experience and reflective observation, abstract conceptualization, active experimentation, and also that you have selected for your sample diverse study programs, ELT, DNT, and social science, and technology honors in engineering.
Yes.
And it's very interesting because you as a researcher, seen that investigated how that this kind of a model, how that really put into the practice using the case study approach. Then I like that most of the conclusions, out of the conclusions that you reached, you stated pulse paradigm is relevant to many adult, let's say, students. And then that again, now you see, when I say to the adult students, but I think that what that you have put at the last, what is called this research should be again for the future research to expand into the current undergraduates.
Yes.
Because the present day situation is different.
Yes.
Those who cannot enter into the conventional universities, and also that trend also change now. It means that we have to explore the system. Of course, again, the topic is always coming as a hot topic in our OMIS. To understand demographics, where the students are coming to our university, to the OUSL. And there, that as far as that we may not have, that everyone, with the set scope, because according to our recruitment criteria. But we need to, that look forward to get the data at the entry level, on what basis that they are, getting enrolled in our courses. We have, that minimum requirements, specific requirements for certain degree programs. Then that you could argue in the future whether this pulse paradigm is not only justified to the adult learners, because why today our that what is called digital babies are born.
Yes.
Now digital students are there, and they are very much techno savvy. Therefore, always that with the internet or the smartphone, browsing that various information, that would be helpful for their that studies as well. I hope that you will continue this study with that other let's say student groups as well, as I said, addressing some other the looking at the different data sets.
Yes.
So I really appreciate, but again I open that there are a lot of participants. I invite others to say unmute their microphones and to appreciate the research endeavors of the young researchers.
Mayanti, it's Vivi.
Yes, yes, madam.
So yeah, great. I really loved your presentation, and it was so well done. Just wanted to suggest that maybe one recommendation could be to get these students, if they don't mind,
yes,
to share their experiences of how they improve themselves. I don't know, in some kind of video format, because as you know, since you were one of our BA in English students, sometimes we call these alumni to talk at our orientations, where they share their strategies and how they improved and all. So I don't know, just thought maybe ask them whether they could record some kind of a video or like a little talk in which they suggest to other students where they share their what we call best practices.
Yes.
And then maybe we could share it with other students. I don't know, it's just a thought.
Like a small video, you mean?
Yeah, because Sydney also does these things, right? Yeah.
Yes. That can be done, I think. Yes, I can speak to some of the alumni and
Yeah.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, thanks. Great, well done.
Thanks, madam.
Any other clarifications or inputs to Mayanti? Mayanti, again, now in the COBS model,
yes,
these
sir.
four areas, that concrete, reflective, abstract, active.
Yes.
So this is all, is it according to your understanding? So just a simple the question. Now you have, of course, proven the effect of concrete experience and abstract conceptualization, vice versa.
Yes.
Right? Whether, according to your experience, I'm asking, whether
Yes.
have you observed that, all the four, that simultaneously happening in the learning process?
Yes. Especially now, actually, what happened was I first came across the Coles model. Then I realized that this is a pattern that we follow in our personal lives also.
Yes.
And being a past student of the OUSL, I thought that maybe it reflects in adult learning as well, because Cole essentially says that it's there in the learning pattern of adults. So then I looked at 4 of the people who have actually done really well in the university, and I spoke to them and I looked at their data. And when I coded them only, I realized that there is a certain pattern. Only in their method, the methods have varied, but these 4 steps seem to be coming, one after the other. So that's what made me be interested in this study.
Yes. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate, and all the very best for your research endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll next move to the third presentation of this session. Read out the title, A Behavioral Study on the Change of Adult Learners' Learning Patterns Due to the Change in the Lecture Delivery Mode. Author D.U. Ranasinghe. Over to you.
Hello everyone. I am Diniti Uttala Ranasinghe, attached to the Centre for Educational Technology and Media in the Open University of Sri Lanka. My topic is a behavioral study on the change of adult learners' learning patterns due to the change in the lecture delivery mode. Here is the outline of my presentation. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected the education system worldwide. Before the pandemic, most of the educational institutions in Sri Lanka were conducting classes in the face-to-face mode. They opted for online teaching during the pandemic, as conducting physical classes was no longer possible. The National Institute of Language Education and Training, which was offering the diploma in second language teaching in the face-to-face mode too, had to change its course delivery mode to online teaching. Zoom video conferencing tool was used to conduct lectures during the pandemic because the students were familiar with its options up to some extent, and it helped to continue providing a synchronous learning experience for the students. The objective of this study is to observe the learning patterns of the students who were following the diploma in second language teaching in the NILET before the pandemic and during the pandemic. Vermont definition is used to define the term learning pattern in this study. According to his work, a learning pattern is conceptualized as a coherent whole of learning activities that learners usually employ, their beliefs about learning, and their learning motivation, a whole that characteristic of the learners in a certain period of time. To examine the learning patterns of the students, following variables have been used in this study. Participation in lectures, the number of direct learning hours, note taking, participation in practical sessions, teacher-student interaction, peer interaction, methods of self-studying, finding and referring additional readings, and paying attention to the lessons. My research problem is how the students' learning patterns have changed due to the shift from a face-to-face learning mode to online learning. Let's move on to the methodology. A mixed method was deployed in this study because this observe learning patterns of the students so that only qualitative or quantitative data is not sufficient. Questionnaires, in-depth interviews, and participant observations were used to collect data. The questionnaires were distributed via emails and WhatsApp. In-depth interviews were conducted via telephone calls. Everyone had filled and submitted the questionnaire, and everyone was interviewed after observing the responses mentioned in the questionnaires. Participant observations were also used to strengthen the findings collected through the questionnaires and interviews. Here are some demographic of the sample. Let's move on to the data presentation and discussion. When it comes to the participation in lectures, it has increased rapidly when the lectures were conducted via Zoom. They had faced numerous difficulties when attending the classes physically. When they did not attend the lectures, they found it difficult to understand the lessons. The number of direct learning hours. In the face-to-face context, the students were directly engaged in learning activities for 5 hours per week. But due to the change in the lecture delivery mode, the lectures were conducted as 2-hour slots twice a week. In the face-to-face classes, unlike in the Zoom sessions, the students had sufficient time to go through their lessons and discuss unclear matters leisurely. Note-taking. Majority of the students stated that they often took notes at the face-to-face classes, but 63% of the participants mentioned that they did not do so in the virtual classes. 18 students mentioned that they took screenshots and snapshots where necessary instead of writing notes. Participation in practical sessions. As this diploma is about teaching, the students engaged in a lot of practical sessions when the lectures were conducted in a face-to-face context. But there were many challenges when they were conducted in an online context. The students preferred involving in practical sessions in the face-to-face classes. Teacher-student interaction. During the face-to-face classes, oral communication among the teacher and the students took place very often, but during the pandemic period, it almost shifted to text communication. A WhatsApp group was created for class communication, and most of the information was shared via WhatsApp messages. Peer interaction. 86% of the students have mentioned that peer interaction was very low during the pandemic period. Majority of the students mentioned that they felt lonely and uncomfortable while participating in virtual classes as their friends were not around. Method of self-studying. 56% have mentioned that they felt their workload was higher during the online session. Moreover, they stated, unlike in the online classes, it was easy to grasp the facts taught as they had many opportunities for practical sessions in the face-to-face classes. Finding and referring additional readings. Before the pandemic, the students were given only a list of additional readings and they were expected to look for them in libraries. But during the pandemic, they could not do so, and so such notes and additional readings were mostly shared as photos or images in the WhatsApp group. The students have mentioned that they used to refer to online sources and photos or images of some readings instead of referring to printed handouts or books. Paying attention to the lessons. All students said it was difficult to pay attention to online lectures during the various issues such as unfamiliarity with the new learning mode, connectivity problems, background noises, loneliness, and difficulty in looking at the computer or mobile phone screen for 2 hours. Conclusion and suggestions. The findings show that the change in the lecture delivery mode has caused changes in the students' learning activities and the learning activities that they used to employ, belief on learning, and motivation for learning. The students prefer the online context as they could participate in lectures regularly and easily, but they have not positively taken most of the new learning patterns. They believe it is difficult to remember the lessons well due to the new learning patterns. So, it needs an attitudinal change of the students as they do not try to adapt their learning patterns according to the existing situation. These findings will be useful when restructuring the curricula and making decisions related to the diploma course if delivering lectures online continues in the future. Here are the references that I have used. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deniti. Now I open the virtual platform for the virtual audience now for the Q&A. Yes, please. Prolonged silence. It's very interesting, Diniti, from the chair. Of course, I appreciate your initiation of this kind of research. When you know that switching to one mode of teaching and learning to the another mode of teaching and learning by using the Zoom platform, the study patterns of the students, how it is that affecting and all. So therefore, the first thing is that in our case, or yourself, it is not mandatory in the day classes.
Yes, sir.
Second, when Zoom sessions are concluded by an individual academic, I believe it is embedded into the LMS page. It signals to me the recording is available as a recording or that link to the Google Drive for 24/7 reference. And therefore, I believe most of the students that would like leisurely to learn rather that coming physically to the class. And third observation of mine is that you are true. Education is not only that creating learners, it is creating an opportunity for networking. That is the first, of course, study of these sessions, what is called the peer group learning and everything. And therefore, now, given the that situation all over the world, different models of, that this, the ODL concept is redefined by the International Council for Distance Education to the OFDL, open, flexible, distance learning. So when I take the one letter F, flexible, it means that whatever the device that the student possesses, he or she is, that would like to connect with our delivery. So therefore, I think that you need to explore more in case of, that various, degree programs.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Not only the, that English, but, that as a case study in different faculties, you can, that continue the research to get an understanding and again make recommendation to the university in case of different degree programs, how the, that this Zoom lecturing pattern and, provision of learning material, not only this, the Zoom, the LMS, because let's say, for example, now in our case, we provide printed study material. Now, when the techno-savvy student is now not going to keep, that what is called printed material. Now they like to read, PDF like we. So we are doing all research. Are you, writing in a paper and, then by looking at the paper, are you, that again word processing in the laptop? No, we directly write into the laptop. So therefore, I think you as a young researcher, you can continue. So my suggestion is that to propose, that not ideal, but a kind of appropriate model to justify the, the successfulness of our delivery methods, whether the students to, suit or not, and you can, continue the research. The other thing is that always in Sri Lanka is coming with the allegation not having, that signal. It's true. Some of the remote areas, signal is not there. But the student should obtain the, that ownership of the learning. So therefore, you have seen in Sri Lanka, forget about the university education. But in case of, that the general education from, grade 1 to grade 5, some, students, gone up to, some forests. Some, that of course climb to the mango trees. You understand? So where that they are having, vested, that time in enthusiasm and interest to learn something.
Yeah.
So therefore, that not only what my, that perspective over here, it's not only for the your research in the future, confined to the higher education. You can, generalize that one to the general education as well.
Of course.
Okay.
Yes, of course, sir. Thank you very much.
So any other concerns to be raised to the Diniti from the participants? Okay, thank you. So it's interesting.
Thank you very much.
And all the very best for your future research endeavors.
Thank you so much.
We'll go to the last presentation. Title: Factors Leading to Remote Learning in COVID-19 Epoch, Undergraduates and Postgraduates Perspective by UDIC Udawat. Over to you.
Good day to all. Hope you all fine and safe. I'm paper ID 197 UDIC Udavatta from Uvellasa University of Sri Lanka. The paper title: Factors Leading to the Remote Learning in COVID-19 Epoch, Undergraduates and Postgraduate Perspectives. The presentation content includes introduction to the research, literature review, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion and recommendations, Finally, references. Before moving to the presentation, let me share a valuable thought with you. Learn continually. There is always one more thing to learn. By Steve Jobs. Introduction. COVID-19, the world catastrophe of the 21st century, affected globally well-being of the individuals completely. The forthcoming prosperity of the country depends on the quality of education system. Education structure is not merely imitating the physical education scheme, but also comprise virtual practices such as distance learning, remote learning, and so on. The Sri Lankan education system has not circulated efficiently and effectively in 2020 as of the COVID-19. Thereby proves the alternation of government examination dates, way of conducting exam, university assignment structures, and etc. But the countless opportunity that the Sri Lankan education system received due to the COVID-19 outbreak is the supplementations to the traditional education techniques such as use of the virtual, especially online, remote and mobile learning methods. The use of remote learning escalates day by day because of the numerous inexplicable factors. The real intention and reason for the usage of remote learning is modernized theme to analyze therefore. Thereby, the research objective is diversified educational environment, self-paced learning, pressure from the social media, and learning package offered by the telecommunication partners contribute to the usage of remote learning during the COVID-19 crisis. Let's move to the literature review. These are the some of the past researchers' findings. The theory applicable with the usage of technology is unified theory. The theory is exceedingly used by the former researchers in their studies. Tongsari et al. 2019. The TAM was proposed by Davis to explain how people's attitudes and behavior predict the adoption of the technology with the presence of other external validity. Davis, 1989. The model described that the perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use of the technological system as the determinants of the technological accept. Ratsoi, 2007. According to the theory, the main four factors that affect the use of technology can be classified as performance expectation, effort expectation, social influence, and facilitating condition. Kim and Lee, 2020. Diversified educational environment, self-paced learning, pressure from the social media, and learning package offered by the telecommunication partners are the sub-factors that are that are pragmatic and timely dynamics in determining the use of remote learning in Sri Lanka. By Priyadarshini and Jessica 2020, Dupta 2020, Ekanayak and Vimalaveeram 2020. These factors help to develop the model that determine the usage of remote learning as explained by the unified theory of acceptance and use of technology, of which there is a limited research in the Sri Lankan context. Thereby, this research helps to find thereby the research helps to fill the literature gap also. Factors affecting the remote learning. Study identify 4 predictive factors that are considered to be significant to the use of the remote learning. Those are diversified educational environment, self-paced learning, pressure from the social media, and learning package offered by the telecommunication partners. Moving next, methodology. The research is quantitative approach research. The population comprise undergraduates and postgraduates in Sri Lankan universities. Sample size 170 respondents. Sample technique, convenient sampling technique. Using the structured 5-point Likert scale questionnaire, we have collected the data. IBM SPSS 2020 has used to analyze the data, and demographic factors in the first part of the questionnaire was analyzed by using a frequency test, and confirmatory factor analysis was followed to check the validity of the 4 dimensions that affect the usage of remote learning. Results and finding. First, reliability test. The total of 16 items that measures the 4 factors of the use of remote learning were used to the statistical analysis. In this study, in all variables, corn branch alpha is ranged between 0.715 to the 0.823. Therefore, it can be identified that 4 factors have higher reliability. Moving next, descriptive analysis. Descriptive statistics have summarized the demographic characteristics and structures the data obtained. Accordingly, it is found that 76.1% sample is female, while the rest of the presenters are from the male category. According to the analyzed data, most respondents are in 20 and 25 age category, which comprise 63.8%. Hence, the sample consists relatively young students. The majority of the respondents are in the university undergraduate category, and while others are in the postgraduate student category. Moving next, validity analysis. Convergent validity. According to the correlation metrics from the SPSS analysis, all the intercorrelation exceeds 0.3, and accordingly intercorrelation have evidence to suggest that factors would be beneficial. Discriminant validity. Even though the output display higher correlation between questions within the same factor, 16 questions under the 4 factors have low correlation between separate factors including itself. Thereby, the study evidences higher discriminant validity also. Factor analysis. The Kaiser-Meyer-Olkin in the SPS that measures the sampling adequacy indicates 0.00 significant. Confirm that the study sample adequacy is sufficient for the factor analysis. Since 4 components illustrate that the initial evidence measured by the principal component analysis is higher than 1, then the result reveals that 4 factors provide a higher individual contribution to the overall explanation. The identified 4 factors have 63% explanatory power of the use of remote learning overall. There are 16 questions. D1 to D4 questions reflect the diversified educational environment. S1 to S4 questions include self-paced learning. SS1 to SS4 questions include the pressure from the social media. L1 to L4 questions include the learning packages offered by the telecommunication partners. Moving next. Factor loadings on respective items. The table summarizes the relationship among factors and their observed indicators due to the higher correlation and factor loading. All the items are accepted. Items with the higher values are given in the red color bold to construct again the loading on their respective factors. Finally, conclusion and recommendation. The study revealed that 4 factors, that diversified educational environment, self-paced learning, pressure from the social media, and learning package offered by the telecommunication partners affect the usage of remote learning by Sri Lankan undergraduates and the postgraduate during the COVID-19 crisis. So, we can recommend educational bodies such as universities, lecturers can maintain diversified educational environment through convenient methods. So, further, social media facilitators can using these findings, social media facilitators can commercially enhance their publicity. Students can learn at their own pace to learn effectively and efficiently, while lecturers can focus new learning method rather than in the traditional learning activity. Further, telecommunication partners can offer users more flexible network packages. Future researchers can use these findings for the model building purposes since the factors are postulated in the Sri Lankan context through this research. These are some of the references that I have used in my research. Question and answering. If you have any question regarding the presentation, I warmly welcome your questions and I warmly welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Udavat. Interesting research. So I open the virtual platform for questions and answers to the virtual audience.
I'm Gaini. So, Ms. Udavatta, thank you for the presentation. Just wanted to ask now, there was this cumulative figure was 63%. And I think you had like a 1% on one factor, right? Am I correct? So one was like not adding so much into the factor load in the sense like the explainable variation, right? So only 3 actually contributed a large number, about 50%. Is that correct? If you look at the, I mean, I don't know if you, we can't go back into the presentation, but if you have the data,
Yes, madam.
now, so the 63%, that was the cumulative like, in terms of the explanation.
Yes, madam.
Right?
Yes,
Yeah. So, yeah, but I think the 50% of that was for 3 factors, right?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering whether the final factor, it wasn't adding so much into the explanation. So what was that actually? Yeah, I can understand how you might not be having all the things, but I think it's really interesting because even 50% of the variation to be explained by these factors, it's quite important, and I encourage you to sort of like continue the research with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other points to raise?
Yes, Chant, thank you and congratulations, Sudhavat. It is very interesting, especially about social media component. Actually, what nature of questions they are under the social media factor? What are the main 4 items?
So there are 4 factors. There are 4 questions. First one is the social media morale as to the participate online learning, and second one is the social media provides additional information for the online learning platform. Third one is the social media inform us the way of using online learning tools. That is the third one, and final one is the social media is an easy way to share the lecture materials.
Thank you. Yeah, since the Open University also, we can use many of these findings since our students are scattered all over the island. Yeah, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Any other questions? This is Eduardo from the chair. Now, in your literature review, you have provided, started with technology acceptance model introduced by the Davis.
Yes.
Have you looked at there's a subsequent model known as MTAM, Modified Technology Acceptance Model, by Venkatesh.
So I didn't found that one, sir.
There are a lot of that factors are there, very interesting. The Venkatesh article. It is the article where now, so with this technology adoption in higher education, not only the higher education, for every field now technology is adopted. For example, banking. Now nobody is going to the bank. All that with the e-banking or mobile banking or whatever that. So what is called internet banking. So likewise, you need to adopt some that rich literature, most recent literature, in case of improving this research. That is the first thing. And the second concern from the chair is, what is your definition for the social media? It means what do you mean by social media?
In social media means the platform FB, WhatsApp, Viber. Likewise, those are the examples for the social media.
No, my dear. Now FB, WhatsApp, Imo, those are not the social media used for the higher education today. For the higher education, you can use for that passing the messages, those tools for the announcements. But rather there are rich tools are available. I advise you to look at those. Name a few if you can keep in mind. Kahoot, then Padlet, then Go Soapbox, and many more that tools are available, where finally this kind of remote learning is a fun. So we need to retain our students during the 2-hour session, as Diniti said earlier. We have to retain our students, keep in the lecture, Zoom lecture. It should be encouraging to sit in front of the computer, that looking at the what is called a smartphone screen. It's not the that WhatsApp, it's not the Imo or any other tool, or not the Facebook. When that the student is browsing the Facebook, there are a lot of that friend requests are coming. So then learning is not learning. That's the truth. Therefore, that concern on other developed, because almost all that the developed countries, the universities in the world now using those are that just named a few. Okay, your the research should be divert to that area. But that, of course, that academics should use that to do the research. That is the question.
So actually, I'm using the social media pressures. That means we can use in the social media, we can share the materials. Most of the social media include the, you can use Zoom, you can use other platform, you can use Teams. Likewise, social media is a platform to share the information. Therefore, I am using the social media pressures, not the social media, sir.
So now, what my perspective, not the social media pressure. You have to redefine it at what is called the interactive tools.
Okay.
Right? Teaching and learning, define in that way. Interactive tools. Platform is a Zoom or Google Teams, as you said. But to retain students, to create the enthusiasm for learning, some interactive tools are available. Those are defined as social media usage in higher education. Okay?
Yes, I got
right. Okay, thank you very much. It's encouraging. And I appreciate all the presenters for this session. So therefore, while congratulating all the researchers and also the participants for that time in patience listening and raising questions as well. And I conclude the online session 1, open and distance learning. Have a productive day. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the OURS 2021 law session. Before we start the law session, let me introduce the chairperson of today's law session, Professor Kamina Gunaratne. Professor Kamina Gunaratne obtained an LLB from the University of Colombo, an LLM from Harvard Law School, and a PhD from the University of Waikato, New Zealand. She is currently Professor of the Department of Legal Studies of Sri Lanka. Her areas of interest are environment, development, human rights, and gender and women's rights. She has been involved with non-governmental organizations working in the fields of both gender and environment. She has also been a member of the Law Commission of Sri Lanka and the National Committee on Women. Currently, she is also serving as a member of the Council of Legal Education, Sri Lanka. Professor Kamina Gunaratne, over to you. Thank you.
Madam, you are mute, madam.
Sorry. Okay. So let me start again. So thank you, Yasodhara, for that introduction. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Open University Research Sessions, and particularly to this law session. Today, we have two presentations on two very different and very unusual topics, and I'm sure we're all looking forward to listening and learning from them. First, let me inform the procedure, which is a bit different for online presentations. So as we all know now, the presentations are recorded, and the presenters should please mute their microphones, but you can keep on your camera during your own presentation. Once the presentations have been played, please unmute as well so that you can participate in the question and answer session. And there's a total of 15 minutes for both the question and answer and the presentation. So the first presentation is on the topic, is there a duty on states to prevent the spread of COVID-19 virus? Reflections on the applicability of international law principles on state responsibility. And the authors are K.A.N. Tilakaratne and D.G.C.N. Bandara. So can I please request the host to start the presentation?
Good day to all of you. Today, myself, K.A.N. Tilakaratne, and D.G.C.N. Bandara from the Institute of Human Resource Advancement of the University of Colombo, going to present our findings on, is there a duty on states to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus? Reflections on the applicability of international law principles on state responsibility. At the time of recording this, more than 217 million people have been infected with the COVID-19 virus. And it is rather unfortunate that nearly 45 million people have to sacrifice their lives because of the virus. Coming back to the presentation itself, The outline of the presentation is as follows. First, the background, the research problem, the objectives, methodology, findings and discussion, and the conclusion. As we all are aware, the COVID-19 pandemic that started in 2019 in the province of Wuhan in China has become a global pandemic which has not been seen in the entirety of human life. It might be an over-exaggeration, still this is one of the most serious issues which threatens the mankind. Amidst this chaos, lot of things have been said and done. And in this research, we tried to find whether there is any kind of a responsibility that would be casted upon a state to prevent the spread of the virus, especially outside its territory, and whether in the failure to take such preventive action, could we find any responsibility attached to such a state under the norms of international responsibility of a state for its wrongful acts or omissions. Therefore, the main problem that we tried to answer in this research is whether the existing international law on state responsibility extends to the duty of a state to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. And in order to answer this problem, we created 3 objectives that we wanted to achieve in our research. Firstly, to explain as to what is the current law governing responsibility of a state under international law. Then, to evaluate the application of the principles related to state responsibility during the COVID-19 pandemic. And to finally, critically analyze the responsibility of a state in preventing the spread of the COVID-19 virus. In conducting our research, we used the qualitative methodology since this was a desk-based research, and the doctrinal approach was followed to answer the research questions. International legal instruments consisting of treaties, customary principles of international law, and soft law was utilized as primary data, and as secondary data we used scholarly books and articles related to the subject. When it comes to the notion of international responsibility, currently it is rather unfortunate to state that there is no one coherent single treaty that could be utilized to govern the law relating to responsibility of a state for the damages it may cause through its acts or omissions. So therefore, much of the law is still unsettled. However, there have been numerous efforts taken by the international community, and especially the one taken in 2001, where the International Law Commission was able to draft a set of articles on the responsibility of states for internationally wrongful acts. Apart from this, there are several other drafts such as the Diplomatic Protection Articles of 2006 and International Law Commission draft articles on responsibility of international organizations in 2011. And when it comes to the responsibility of a state, in the case of the Spanish Shores of Morocco claims, Judge Herber emphasized that responsibility is the necessary corollary of a right. All rights of an international character involve international responsibility, and responsibility results in the duty to make reparations if the obligations in question are not met. So when it comes to the spreading or the prevention of the spreading of the COVID-19 virus, we can find that the current notions or the current principles related to state responsibility can be utilized to hold a state responsible if they fail to adhere with taking the necessary steps to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus. For example, long before, in the case of United States versus Canada in the trials Milta arbitration, the arbitrators were very clear that in case where some kind of danger spreads from one country to another, the country which failed to mitigate or to prevent such kind of damage or loss can be held responsible. In this particular case, transboundary air pollution was regarded as something which will entail liability on the state which failed to prevent such. And there has been many literature written on the fact that there is no issue with imposing responsibility upon a state, especially if they fail to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus by taking the necessary actions to protect and safeguard their own citizens and also the citizens of the other countries. And coming back, when it comes to this responsibility, the implication or the implementation of the state responsibility can be seen as something quite problematic. The main reason for this is, as we all know, the international law works on the consent of the states. And when it comes to the topic of state responsibility, states have been very reluctant to adhere or to agree upon certain principles that are to be applied, because they are very jealous of their sovereignty and they are very much afraid that agreeing on an instrument related to state responsibility would be something problematic. However, when we look at the existing principles both under treaty law and customary international law, it can be clearly pointed out that the responsibility of a state to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus is clearly there, as it has a duty not to threaten the well-being and safety of other nations through its acts or omissions. And this can be easily enforced under the existing legal framework that is available in the international legal system. However, with regard to the enforcement of such liability, it will always become problematic, as the international legal system itself lacks a centralized system of legislative, executive and judicial powers. And this inherent weakness will also affect negatively upon the enforcing of the responsibility of a state to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus. So on a concluding remark, we can see that while the existing international legal norms are very much capable of preventing or rather enforcing the obligation of a state to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus, due to the inherent weakness of the enforcement mechanism that we find under international law, it may become quite problematic. So I thank you very much and I open the floor for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think that was a very, very thought-provoking presentation. Let me open it up to the participants for questions. I also have a question, but let's get some others first. Does anybody have a question?
Madam, I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Tilakaratne, thank you for the interesting presentation. I think you have presented actually the general principles of state responsibility. So I just want to ask with relating to some of the practical questions relating to COVID-19, because now you said that the states are bound to take like necessary steps. Like in the case of COVID-19, I think some of the steps are like vaccination, issuing health guidelines and lockdown, airport closures, these are the things. So I'm just wondering, like whether, because although all the states are equally, responsible to prevent coronavirus, this COVID-19, but when it comes to countries' economic, political, and other social situations, do you think that international community can put across a general state responsibility on all the states, considering various economic, political, and social status? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that question, madam. Actually, that was one of the issues that we really do have with the COVID-19 pandemic. Even countries such as Sri Lanka and all the countries in the Asian region, which are so-called developing countries, they do have some issues. Maybe they do not have the same capabilities as other countries, maybe the richer countries. But then again, to counter that, now even even in environmental law, we know that there are certain instances in which where we do recognize the responsibility, maybe at a differing levels, because there is one principle where we all agree that there is equal but differentiated responsibility. That means that the responsibility is there, but to the extent that you are going to cater for that responsibility, that can defend, and that can vary depending upon the resources that you may have, but the responsibility nonetheless remains the same. But in practical situations, it is true that there may be some differences between the countries depending on their social, economic, and maybe even cultural aspects, that they might not be able to do the same exact thing as some of the other countries. But the argument would be that even such countries would have a fundamental responsibility of taking the most appropriate measures for the prevention of spreading of the virus. But again, it would be much more difficult. I know that it is much difficult to be done than to be said. But still, that's my opinion, is that still the responsibility should be there, but maybe to a different level. But nonetheless, whatever the inherent weaknesses should not itself be allowed as an excuse for these countries to escape their responsibility.
Thank you for that. I think you can even explore the research in future.
Yes.
What you can do is you can take some of the case study, like certain countries, and evaluate the situation. I think it would be good.
Yes, thank you very much, madam.
Does anyone else have a question?
Professor, this is Janaha here. Am I audible? Can I?
Yes, carry on. Yes, carry on, Janaha.
Mr. Tilakaratna, thank you very much. It was a timely, relevant presentation. I only have an observation that to share for your future research purposes, specifically to strengthen this particular research, that since you're mentioning about articles on state responsibility in the context of COVID-19 cases, for example, in future, there could be claims can arise in respect in general public international law, or else in specific branches of international investment law. But since you're touching upon state responsibility article, it also better to investigate the relevant articles on which we can attribute a state for state responsibility, such as act and omissions. Also, if such claim is established, under which defenses a state can opt out in arbitral tribunals or something. So I think if you can also include them in your research, that will give a wider look for even non-law audiences. That is my opinion. Thank you very much, Mr. Tilakaratna. Thank you, Professor.
Yes, and I thank you very much, madam, for that that insight as well. I will further develop on those lines as well.
Okay, thank you. I think we are running short of time, so I'll hold my question and we'll go on to the next.
Madam, you are muted, madam. Hello. Madam, you are muted. The mic.
Okay, sorry. Okay, since we are running out of time, I think we'll go on to the next presentation. And it's a very different topic. It's back to the King's era, implementing more severe punishments other than the punishment of hanging as death penalty in Sri Lanka. And the presenter is E.M.N. Pereira. So can I call upon the host to play the recording, please?
The title of my research study is Back to the King's Era, Implementing More Severe Punishments Other than the Punishment of Hanging as Death Penalty in Sri Lanka. The term death penalty, which is also known as capital punishment, defines according to Oxford Dictionary as a method of punishing people who committed more severe crimes and the punishment is result in death. And also according to an article written by Dr. Thalagala, he stated that death penalty has a long history in Sri Lanka and it dates back to ancient Sinhalese kings. And the main aim and the objective of my research study is when it comes to other scholarly articles, most of the scholars have written death penalty more focusing about its human rights perspectives or religious perspectives or even about executing the innocent. But my research study focuses about ancient punishments that were given as death penalty in ancient times and also the punishments that are given in the 21st century by the other countries and suggests to implement more severe punishments as death penalty to prevent committing future crimes in Sri Lanka. And that is the aim of my research study. And the objective is to identify whether it is appropriate to implement more severe punishments as death penalty to the Sri Lankan system. And the methodology that I use for my research study is the qualitative research method. And under the qualitative research method, data has been collected through primary and secondary sources. And the primary sources consist of statutes of Sri Lanka and human rights laws. And as you can see in here, what are those statutes of Sri Lanka and the human rights laws? And the secondary sources consist of published books, e-journals, e-books, reports, and conference proceedings. When it comes to the ancient methods of death penalty, crushing through elephants, droving, stoning, beheading, starvation, cutting off the head, peeling the skin, poisoning, feeding to wild animals, and there were many more ancient punishments that were given as death penalty in the ancient times. And also you can see in these pictures how they gave these punishments in the ancient times as death penalty. When discussing about the ancient methods that use as death penalty in Sri Lanka, as we all know, there is a famous punishment called Dandukande Gahana, which means locking the legs of the perpetrator by the wood. And apart from that, there were many punishments called beheading, trampled to death by an elephant, pierced to death by the tusk of an elephant, and many more punishments that were given by ancient kings of Sri Lanka to the people who did serious crimes. And there is also another punishment called Detiswadi, which means 32 punishments which was given by the king. And these are all physical punishments. And apart from these physical punishments, there were mental punishments, verbal punishments, as well as financial punishments. In the methods of death penalty in the 21st century, hanging is a famous method, and according to this punishment, the perpetrator's neck will hang until his death. And as we know, in Sri Lanka, we have death penalty law by hanging, but recently it is not in the practice. And 1976 is the last date a person was hung in Sri Lanka. And according to punishment of electric chair, it means the perpetrator is trapped in a chair with bells and blindfold his eyes and gives 500 and 2000 volts which lasts for 30 seconds, and this continues until his death. And according to punishment of guillotine, the perpetrator's head is cut with a lethal sword. This punishment is also known as beheading, which is also known as dangedi in ancient Sri Lanka. And the punishment of lethal injection, the perpetrator's entire muscle system paralyzed and stop his breathing and then stop his heart. In this punishment, his death will result due to anesthetic overdose and also from respiratory and cardiac arrest while that person is in unconscious situation. And according to the punishment of gas chamber, the perpetrator is trapped in a chair in an airtight chamber, and that chamber will be sealed. And it contained with sulfuric acid. After that, the heart rate of that person will be checked by the doctor who is in the outside of the chamber by using a long stethoscope until he is dead. And according to firing squad, several gunmen shoot the perpetrator by a volley of gunfire and make his death. And the punishment of stoning to death, in this punishment, the perpetrator is buried in a pit up to his neck and stones were thrown to his head until his death. And also you can see in these pictures how the death penalty is giving in the 21st century. And there are three controversies for the implementation of death penalty. One controversy is religion. And according to an article written by Dr. Thalagala, he stated that Sri Lanka is a Buddhist country and majority of the people are Buddhist. And according to Buddhist philosophy, it is a sin to kill a person, and Buddhism doesn't recognize physical punishment. And the next controversy is through human rights perspectives. Most of the human rights laws doesn't recognize death penalty, but if recognized, it restricted to some limitations. For an instance, Article 3 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that everyone has the right to life, liberty and security of person. And also Article 6 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights states that this right is recognized and the execution of death penalty only for the most serious crimes for the countries that have not abolished the death penalty. Also, according to an article written by Salia Pires, he stated that there is a high risk of innocent persons being convicted due to various instances, such as not having adequate scientific technology, police corruptions, not having any mechanism to review the cases, and also the errors of the lawyers by not defending the accused properly. And also, he stated that in USA, there are so many mechanisms for the wrongfully convicted persons to go and redress, such as they have specific laws and organizations. For an instance, they have Innocent Protection Act and also organizations called Arizona Innocent Organization, Florida Innocent Organization, for the wrongfully convicted persons to go and redress. But when it comes to Sri Lanka, we don't have any mechanisms for the wrongfully convicted persons to go and redress. Therefore, because of that, he states that it is not appropriate to implement death penalty in Sri Lanka. When it comes to recommendations, as you can see, there is a list of countries that I have mentioned in here, and all the countries are Buddhist countries. And among those countries, Buddhism is the main religion in Thailand and Japan. And also in these countries, they have death penalty both in law and in practice. And the most important thing that I am going to highlight in my research study is, in here it states that Thailand gives death penalty by lethal injection and by firing squad, which are severe punishment that is more severe and brutal-like punishments that were given in the ancient Sinhalese kings era. And it is also evident that by giving severe punishments like this as death penalty, the most important thing is Thailand reduced the prisoners' rate, and it has helped to prevent the prisoner committing future crimes, which is an important point in my research study. And also another important point is, even though Sri Lanka abolished giving punishment of hanging as death penalty in practice, Japan gives punishment of hanging as death penalty both in law and in practice, even though it is a Buddhist country like Sri Lanka. And Japan has been considered as one of the countries that have lowest crime rate in the world, which is also an important point in my research study. Apart from that, in the 21st century, the most common way to execute a person who committed a serious crime in some countries are by injecting that particular person. And this method is existing in China, Taiwan, Thailand, Guatemala and Vietnam. And most of the countries are Buddhist countries like Sri Lanka. And also in history, most common method that was used as death penalty is by firing squad and hanging. And this punishment was used as death penalty in Buddhist countries like China, Thailand and Taiwan too. Hanging is also an executing method both in law and in practice in Buddhist countries like Japan and Singapore. And there is another way of carrying out the death penalty for serious crimes, and that is by giving an electric shock. This used in Philippines, which also has Buddhism in their country. Therefore, there is a contradiction that why a Buddhist country like Sri Lanka has not implemented severe punishments like this as death penalty like other Buddhist countries. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pereira. That was a very fascinating presentation, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions. So let me open it up to the participants.
Yeah, can I ask a question, madam?
Yeah, carry on, Ramindu.
Yeah, so my question is, I mean, your title suggests that we have to go back to the King's era, which implies that you are suggesting even severe ways of execution, right? If I'm correct. So my question is, most of those methods used in the so-called King's era would easily qualify as torture in today's standards. So we know that torture, there is an absolute prohibition of torture in international human rights law. So how would you respond to that question, the conflict between human rights standards that we have also like subscribed to and the methods that you are suggesting to combat crimes?
Thank you for the question. According to my opinion, that I have stated that that there are three controversies, like when it comes to human rights and executing the innocent, and also when it comes to religious perspectives. But when it comes to torturing, there is a scholar have mentioned that most of the scholars have written about death penalty, more focusing about its human rights perspectives, religious, and also about executing the innocent. But as we know, in Sri Lanka recently, there have many cases reported with regard to child abuse and everything. So according to my opinion, I think it's good to have implementing death penalty and also severe punishment, because as you can see in my slide, at the end I stated that as we know, Sri Lanka is also a Buddhist country, but as we know, the countries like Thailand, Japan too also have implement death penalty and more severe punishment. And the most important thing, that even though these countries are Buddhist countries, their crime rate also reduced because of these severe punishments. And that's why that scholar, I can't remember the name, he stated that the scholars, other scholars can complain about this is not ethical, this is not appropriate to implement a death penalty because of human rights perspectives. But in his view, he stated that it is good because those countries, as I said in the recommendations, in Japan, the country of Japan also reduced the crime rate, and also the Thailand, and because of that, it is good to implement a death penalty and more severe punishments.
Ms. Pereira, I would also like to ask a question. To my understanding, it has never been established that the death penalty in any country has a direct impact on reducing the crime rate. So where did you get this information and the statistics and the studies? There could be many other reasons for countries like Japan to have a fairly low crime rate.
Also, according to the reports of Amnesty International, they have also mentioned, I forgot to mention it in the slide, it also mentioned that the Japan and Thailand has the lowest crime rate. And also, if you can Google it and see that Japan, it also mentioned that Japan has the lowest crime rate in the world. And because of that, I searched whether it's true, and after that I got to know from the Amnesty International reports and also from these scholars that these countries have implemented more severe punishment, and because of that they have the lowest crime rates.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, if there
Madam, you are muted, madam.
Sorry. Let me thank the presenters for two extremely interesting and thought-provoking presentations. And thank you for the participants also for being here and asking questions. And I think our time is up. So I would like to once again thank everybody and close the session. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
I think, yes, with this online, with the law session, the online session 1 comes to an end. And on behalf of the OURS organizing committee, I would like to invite all the participants to join to their respective parallel sessions. Thank you.